of clerk to the Houses of Parliament. So now we will have had 3, which is to be celebrated. But Mrs. Cook, as part of her distinguished service, was the second woman to occupy the position, and she did so with distinction. During her tenure, Mr. President, we would all recognize that she was known in both houses for her mastery of parliamentary procedure and her impartiality in the execution of her duties. And in that context, she must, of course, be lauded for her service and commitment to the parliamentary process, and indeed, not only here in Jamaica, but regionally and globally, as she served as Regional Secretary for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Caribbean, Atlantic, and Americas region. And we would all recall the professionalism and the grace with which she executed her duties in that regard, ensuring our participation on both sides of the aisle in the different CPA events, and ensuring that Jamaica's flag was always held high at the association. Mrs. Cook believed firmly in making the legislative process both effective and transparent, and was supportive of all efforts to improve it. And she was also determined to equip herself and her staff with the requisite skills to support the work of Parliament in order to remain relevant in a changing environment. She was also, of course, known for her community involvement, and with a particular emphasis on outreach to the elderly. And for her sterling service, as you have correctly noted, Mr. President, Mrs. Cook was conferred with the Order of Distinction, Commander Class, in 2017 by the Government of Jamaica. So it was indeed my pleasure to have worked with Mrs. Cook over the years. When I first joined the Senate in 2009, she was always open, had an open door policy, always willing to give a word of guidance and a word of understanding about the processes and procedures. And I think back then we didn't have onboarding, we didn't have any orientation processes, but she was always willing to give guidance and to answer questions. So I've always been appreciative of her graciousness, her diligence, and her kindness in the execution of her duties to the Houses of Parliament, and of course, by extension, to Jamaica. So again, I add to yours, Mr. President, and to those of this chamber, my very best wishes to Mrs. Cook in this, her retirement. I wish her continued good health, well-being, and of course, enjoyment of family during this period, and thank her once more for her service to Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution on behalf of the opposition who joins in extending best wishes to Mrs. Heather Cook and congratulating her for her seminal contribution to the Parliament over the 20-year period that she gave distinguished service to this noble institution. Mr. President, I joined the Parliament for the first time in 1998, and by 2001, Mrs. Heather Cook joined the Parliament as the Deputy Clerk, and she served under the guidance of then Clerk of the House, Mrs. Shirley Lewis. By 2006, she was elevated and confirmed as the clerk for the Parliament. She had distinguished herself within such a short period of time and was elevated to that position. And as was indicated by you, Mr. President, the 20-year span of her sojourn at the Parliament was marked with distinction. And I cannot forget traveling with her to various conferences in the region and across the Commonwealth, where she was well recognized and well respected. I remember what I call a whirlwind tour with her and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, where we had to travel all the way to a Commonwealth Speakers and Presiding Officers Conference in New Zealand, and I think it was 2014. And that trip saw us traveling from Jamaica to New York, then to London, then to Hong Kong, then to into New Zealand, Christchurch, and from Christchurch to Wellington. And I think it was a week that we were there for the conference, and we came back the other way from Wellington into Sydney, Australia, from Sydney to California, and from California to Miami and back to Kingston. It was indeed a whole lot of traveling because of the challenges at the time in terms of traveling and the need to get the best airfare for the trip. But and also service, because she was very much insistent that when we pay, we must make sure that we receive the best service for what we are spending. And, you know, Mr. President, I've worked with her in my capacity as a Minister of State. I've worked with her in my capacity as President of the Senate, and she was always diligent in executing her responsibility and was always prepared to give guidance based on her experience in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. She put the training that she received from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association into practice in the Parliament. And she was always prepared to give guidance and counsel to me in the execution of my duty. And, you know, I'm very happy that she was recognized by the government of Jamaica for her distinguished career and was provided with the Order of Distinction Commander Class in 2017, because indeed when people do good work, they must be rewarded. You know, Mr. President, Mrs. Cook, by no means, she was never a big person in terms of her body structure. But I saw her as a quiet giant who was prepared to move and shake places wherever she was involved or whatever she was involved with to ensure that excellence be stamped all over her work. And I want to commend her for her service to the Parliament and people of Jamaica, and to say that the opposition is deeply appreciative of her service and her contribution, and we wish her well as she retires in this beautiful land of ours. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Senator Gill.
President, you know, I rise to lend my own contribution to the sentiments that is being expressed by someone who has done a remarkable job for this Parliament. You know, the role and function of the Clerk of the House is an awesome responsibility. That person who is the administrative leader of Parliament, the person who assists those who presides over the Parliament, the person who pulls things together, you know, the bills, the report, the interfacing with ministries and agencies, and holding this team together. Heather Cook was the engine of this Parliament, and she played that role exceptionally well, and she must be commended for it. You know, it's an awesome responsibility, and it is not easy to keep parliamentarians together, for them to understand. And, you know, the point has been made about her statue. Heather Cook had a way of advising you, and when you leave with the advice, you understand it. She might not have said to you what you wanted to hear, and she may have said no, but that no came across strong in a very gentle way. And I believe Heather Cook was one of those persons who were persuasive in her demeanor. When I joined this Parliament in 2012, again, I can't recall having gone through any formal orientation. But she had an open door policy. You could always go to her. You could always ask her any advice, any information, and she was willing to offer it. And I remember, President, one of the few opportunities that I would have had to sit in that chair in your absence. I was guided. I was nervous, but I felt at ease when Heather Cook stood up and she explained to me the procedure. I was at ease. And I never forget the first time, remotely so, President, when I had the opportunity to sign the passage of a bill in your absence again. She turned around and she congratulated me. I don't know if she congratulated me on the fact that I would have done it for the very first time. It may have been given the opportunity again in your absence to do it. But one of the things I liked about Mrs. Cook is her mannerism, calm, soothing, and she made you feel at ease when she was advising you on any matter. And she may not want to say it, but I will say it to myself. She made me feel that I was one of her favorite parliamentarians. That is how Heather Cook make you feel. And so, President, it's commendable that someone with such a small stature, small feet, would have left a big footprint in this Parliament. And I want to use the opportunity to commend and congratulate her for the tremendous work that she has done as serving in the houses of both Parliament. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, members. As I indicated, I will ask the clerk to prepare the Hansard in an appropriate form and send it on to Mrs. Cook. And just before we commence or begin the actual business of the day, I have to just bring to the attention of the members of the Senate the following. I observed an Instagram account which appears, and I use the word appears, for all intents and purposes to be an official People's National Party account, which features the posting, features Senator Morris and Senator Bunting making an allegation concerning the Houses of Parliament. The video is entitled, and I quote, "Parliament Disabling Persons with Disabilities." And the post has caused some disquiet amongst the staff of the Parliament. And for that reason, I bring it to the attention of the Parliament. The essence of the post suggests that the Parliament, the staff of the Parliament, have failed in their duty to the responsibilities which they have to each and every member of the Senate to ensure that they are given information to which they are obliged to have. I must say that I looked at the video carefully, and it is obvious that it is doctored and presented in a particular way, so that I say without hesitation that it is not something that without more I could ever ascribe to Senator Morris or Senator Bunting, but it does convey a message which is disingenuous to the extreme. The message that it conveys is that the office of the clerk, the officers of the Parliament responsible for technology have failed a particular senator with a disability who requires his information to be presented to him in a particular form. I am to inform this Senate, and indeed the wider public who may be interested, that the entitled video, "Parliament Disabling Persons with Disabilities," is misleading and erroneous. I indicate that the method by which on each and every occasion that Senator Morris is to receive documents, it follows a specific form as it relates to bills. 1. Once the lower house has approved the bill and it is sent to the printing office, the relevant officer of the Parliament, on receipt of the document from the printing office or from the assistant clerk, converts the document to Microsoft Word. 2. The document is vetted by the clerk. 3. The document is then sent by email to Senator Morris and is copied to the assistant clerk to ensure that the document has been sent. The document is sent to the senator's personal Gmail account as well as to the senator's official parliamentary email address. This process has been followed for all documents, including bills, for many years, and certainly since Senator Morris was the president of this honorable Senate. For my purposes, I add, it's not a part of what I have noted here. I do know that on a number of occasions, certainly there have been complaints that the documents are not reaching on time, or that there has been a glitch, or that there has been some technical difficulty. But those issues as they arrive are dealt with as best as possible and as efficiently as possible within the context of the competence of the technological staff here at the Parliament. And if they arise, they certainly do not arise out of any malice or ill intent sufficient to be described as Parliament disabling persons with disabilities. In the instant case, I am informed that the relevant document was dispatched at 1:40, and I'm not going to get into any argument about that. Suffice it to say, and I close now, that the staff and persons responsible for the video and the Instagram post have brought the office of the clerk and members of the staff of this honourable Parliament into disrepute, who have, over the years, sought to ensure that every member of the Senate receives all documents necessary for the carrying out of their function and at the earliest possible time before a debate. That is what I wish to say about that. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today is a copy of the United Nations Security Council Resolution Implementation Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime Regulations 2021 and its resolution, and the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021 dated November 2, 2021.
Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honourable Senate. I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 10th day of November 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the International Corporate and Trust Services Providers Act to regulate domestic trust service providers and domestic corporate service providers, to change the name of the Act to reflect the foregoing, to incorporate provisions which serve to deter the use of business operations under the Act for the purpose of money laundering, the financing of terrorism, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, to require service providers to observe customer due diligence requirements, maintain accurate records and systems of internal controls, and to provide for connected matters, was passed in the House of Representatives. Signed, Marisa Dalrymple Philibert, CD, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. A bill shortly entitled The International Corporate and Trust Services Providers Change of Name and Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Sit, Madam Clerk. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime Regulations 2021 Resolution, Whereas, by virtue of Section 3 of the United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementations Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, subject to affirmative resolution, make regulations to give effect to decisions A, of the Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, and B, which Article 25 of the Charter requires Jamaica to carry out insofar as those decisions require Jamaica to apply measures not involving the use of armed force. And whereas decisions of the Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations require Jamaica to apply certain measures not involving the use of armed force in respect of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and whereas on the 8th day of November 2021, the Minister made the United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime, Regulations 2021, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime, Regulations 2021 Resolution. 2. The United Nations Security Council Resolutions Implementation, Democratic People's Republic of Korea Sanctions Regime, Regulations 2021, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 12th day of November 2021, are hereby affirmed. Mr. President, I beg further to give notice that at a later stage today, not again today. Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will also move Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Act 2017. Under that Act, the Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Regulations 2021 Resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 54(1) of the Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may make regulations to give effect to the purposes of the Act, and whereas Section 54(2) of the Act provides that regulations made under the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution, and whereas on the 24th day of September 2021, the Minister made the Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Regulations 2021, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Regulations 2021 Resolution, and 2. The Agricultural Loan Societies and Approved Organizations Regulations 2021, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 1st day of October 2021, are hereby affirmed. And Mr. President, I beg to give further notice still, that at the next meeting of the Senate I will move, be it resolved that the Legal Aid Amendment Regulations 2021, dated November 2nd, 2021, were laid on the table of the Senate on the 12th day of November 2021, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the Senate for consideration and report. And Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to allow me to take this motion.
Thank you very much, Minister. Questions and answers to questions. Senator Morris.
Minister responded to some questions tabled in my name and indicated that the soft copy would have been transmitted to me. And I followed up with questions on that last week, and it was promised that I would have gotten the answers to the questions, and to date I've not received those answers to the questions in the appropriate format, and I wish to find out what is the situation with the soft copy that I have requested and should have been provided to me, so that I can fulsomely respond if so required. May it please you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I can only say that I requested that they be sent from the first day on which they were taken, and when Senator Morris raised the issue, I raised it again, and I was assured that it had been sent, and if it had not been sent, it would be sent. And that was last week. So I would have to just ask the clerk to verify for me for that information to be shared.
Yeah, could you just follow it up for me, please? Senator Morris, I'll undertake to follow it up as well and ask the clerk to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public Business Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the first order of business is that I wish to beg for the suspension of standing orders to allow me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier, and that is the notice in respect of the legal aid amendment regulations, that they be submitted to the Regulations Committee.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favour? Against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might the motion be approved?
Members would have heard the question, the legal aid, the motion relating to legal aid regulations. Those in favour? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is now intended to take the Trafficking in Persons Amendment Bill 2021, which will be led by Minister Samuda. Thereafter, we will take the continuation of the State of the Nation debate, which will continue today with contributions from Senator Fraser Binns and Senator Sinclair in that order based on the last contributor to that debate.
Thank you very much. So you're going to take Senator Minister Samuda first, then we'll continue. Minister Samuda, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gill.
Mr. President, trafficking is a crime that preys on the vulnerable and is unfortunately extremely lucrative. It plagues every country in the world, and the reprehensible perpetrators of human trafficking unfortunately also target our children, women, and marginalized citizens. Mr. President, Jamaica's geographic location places the country at risk of being used as a transit and destination country for human trafficking in persons. Our geographic location, as we know, is both a blessing and a curse. Sadly, this form of modern-day slavery is one of the fastest growing forms of international crimes and is estimated to be among the most profitable crimes in the world. The International Labour Organization estimates that globally trafficking in persons generates approximately $150 billion in profits, Senator Webby, each year. Mr. President, the global share of detected child victims has tripled over the last 15 years. These victims are subjected to unspeakable violations and harm. 50% of detected victims were trafficked for sexual exploitation, while 38% were exploited for forced labor. Other victims are forced into marriage, begging, criminal acts, and armed combat. In February of this year, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and I'll refer to it as UNODC beyond this, reported that since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been an overall worsening in the trend in human trafficking. And the share of children among detected trafficking victims has tripled, while the share of boys has increased 5 times in the past 15 years. Given the protracted impact of COVID-19 A growing number of people are experiencing economic and social vulnerabilities that has increased their risk of falling prey to human traffickers. Mr. President, while recognizing the progress that we are making to implement the SDGs, specifically Objective 10 of the Global Compact for safe, orderly and regular migration, the amendments being proposed are timely as they reaffirm Jamaica's commitment to the appraisal of the United Nations Global Plan of Action to Combat Trafficking in Persons and the strategic priorities of the government to criminalize trafficking in persons in all its forms, to disrupt and dismantle criminal networks involved in such crimes, and to forfeit their ill-gotten gains. Mr. President, let it be known and be understood, and I'm sure will come out from contributions from colleagues on both sides of the bill, that we will make these amendments and continue to strive for the rooting out of trafficking in persons, certainly within Jamaica, and play our part in our region, not just because of international commitments, not just because it is a global scourge, but because of our own history and our own rejection of such crimes. Mr. President, Jamaica's Trafficking in Persons Prevention and Suppression and Punishment Act was passed in 2007 and amended in 2013 to increase the penalties. The Act was again amended in 2018 to enable a judge to try trafficking offences without a jury. I think, Mr. President, if we consider our history in trying to manage this global scourge since 2007, a fair point would have to be made that many within the bureaucracy have worked tirelessly to ensure that we continue to make a more robust framework to deal with this issue. It would also be appropriate to note that many within the political directorate of both sides of this Parliament have also worked tirelessly to ensure that we get on top of this scourge. And in mentioning 2013, I believe it would have been in the following year, in 2014, Senator Bunting, I believe you would have been there, though the head of the NFA ITP would have then been with Justice, but I know your ministry at the time would have worked tirelessly on it also to acknowledge that that work from 2007 continued across administrations, led by, I think, now President of the PNP, former Senator Golding, and yourself, would have also borne some fruit with the amendments in then, and we'd have seen our rankings in this area improve at that point. It is our expectation as we continue to do the work that these sets of amendments, as well as the actions that we're pushing forward, will continue to see our rankings improve at that stage. So this is a good example of government working across administrations. I don't say that to diminish the scale of the problem that is before us and the problem that faces all citizens of the world in getting on top of this, because there is much work to be done in this area, but to acknowledge that the work has gone on across both sides. The amendments proposed in the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act are based on the need to create an anti-human trafficking regime that discourages and promulgates deterrence of the offenders and recidivists. Given the global reach and lucrative nature of human trafficking and its imminent threat to our people, the government has taken the decision to proceed with the amendments to the Act to remove the option of fines as a penalty for certain offences that are egregious in nature. The government is also amending the Act to increase fines for the offence of threatening, obstructing a constable from $250,000 to $1 million, colleagues. Additionally, the amended Act creates a provision that empowers the Minister by order, subject to affirmative resolution, to make amendments to monetary penalties in the Act. Mr. President, the bill was tabled in the House of Representatives on October 26th and passed on November 3rd with 2 amendments. It is my hope to have, and my expectation, to have bipartisan support this morning as we debate this piece of legislation. I wish to also, at this point, colleagues, pause to acknowledge the members of the the drafting team, members of LRD, members of the Attorney General's chambers, because it's not often that you have a bill passed in 2007 be reviewed and amended. This will make 3 times, Mr. President. So I acknowledge the CPC, LRD, the Attorney General's chambers, and all that have worked to ensure that this bill continues to build a more robust structure. Mr. President, allow me to now take the Senate through the clauses of the amendment bill. Clause 2, amendment of Section 4 of the Principal Act, Trafficking in Persons. Section 4 of the Principal Act, Mr. President, is amended in subsections 6, 7, and 8A by deleting the words "to a fine or to such a fine and imprisonment wherever they appear." Based on the heinous nature, Mr. President, of these offences, comparative to offences under the Sexual Offences Act of 2009, which constitute offences deemed similar in nature, only custodial sentences have been imposed. Therefore, subsections 6, 7, 8, and 8A are amended to remove the option of a fine, since this would not be an appropriate penalty in lieu of a custodial sentence. Clause 3, amendment of Section 5 of the Principal Act, offences by bodies corporate. Section 5 of the Principal Act is amended in subsections 1 and 2 by deleting in subsection 1 the words "to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years or to both such a fine and imprisonment," and substituting these words with "to the fine" specified in subsection 2. In subsection 2 by deleting subsection 2 and substituting therefore the words "where the court is satisfied that a director, manager, secretary, or other similar officer with the management of the body corporate, having regard to the nature of functions in that capacity and to all circumstances, A, connived in the commission of an offence under subsection 1 to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 20 years. B, failed to exercise all diligence to prevent the commission of the offence under subsection 1 to a fine. This amendment was proposed in the lower house and approved in that chamber within the context of application to directors for any other such persons involved in the management of a corporate body who may have connived in allowing such activities of the trafficking in persons to have taken place to a penalty of a custodial sentence. Additionally, Mr. President, this amendment is inclusive of the civil jurisdiction wherein failure by the directors or any other such persons involved in the management of the corporate body may be submitted into the jurisdiction of the court to a fine when failing to exercise their diligence in preventing the commission of the trafficking in persons. These amendments thereby encapsulate both the criminal and civil jurisdictions when establishing the burden of proof pertaining to the involvement or duty of care to be exercised by these relevant persons within these corporate bodies in the commission of the trafficking in persons. Clause 4, the amendment of Section 15 of the Principal Act, offence of threatening or obstructing a constable. Section 15 of the Principal Act, colleagues, is amended by deleting the words 250,000 and substituting the words with 1 million. This amendment is proposed within the context of updating the monetary penalty for offences relating to threatening, assaulting, or obstructing a constable in the execution of his duties. The bill proposes a fine not exceeding $1 million, and in default of payment of the fine, to a custodial sentence not exceeding 6 months. This amendment aligns with the penalty provided for in Section 30 of the Constabulary Force Act. Clause 5, amendment of Section 17 to the Principal Act, order to increase fines. Section 17 of the Principal Act, colleagues, is amended by deleting the marginal note, which currently states order to increase fines, and substituting therefore the words amendment of monetary penalties. This is particularly important, colleagues. Consequent on this amendment, subsection 1 is also being amended by deleting the words increase the fines and substituting therefore the words amend the monetary penalties. This amendment provides for an easier mechanism to amend the monetary penalties, thereby allowing for any monetary penalties to be kept current. Now we move to Clause 6. The amendment of Section 10 of the Child Care and Protection Act 2004, prohibition against sale or trafficking of children. Section 10 of the Child Care and Protection Act 2004 is consequentially amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words "to a fine or" and "or" to both fine and imprisonment. Section 10.2 of the Child Care and Protection Act 2004, Mr. President, establishes a prohibition against the sale or trafficking of children and provides a penalty for any person who commits the offence, liable on conviction on indictment before a circuit court, to a fine or to imprisonment with hard labour for a term not exceeding 10 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. In light of the zero tolerance policy established within the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression, Punishment Amendment Act 2021, this proposal seeks to establish consistency across legislation. Mr. President, in concluding, universally, administrations must reinforce legislation and policy parameters to combat the real and present threats presented by human trafficking. We must also acknowledge the urgency for these particular amendments when we contend with the scourge of COVID-19 and its economic effect, making the most vulnerable within our society even more vulnerable to these threats. Through these amendments, Mr. President, this government has taken a targeted approach to discourage criminals from taking advantage of the imperiled in our society. We are seeking to augment our legislative framework to bolster our anti-human trafficking regime by conveying strong sentiments through the enforcement of custodial sentences. Mr. President, this is in line with best practices and international standards. Mr. President, it is for these reasons that we are asking that the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Bill be passed in the Senate here today. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Samuda. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me say up front that the opposition does indeed support this particular amendment to the Trafficking in Persons Act. But we have also worked in one accord across administrations over a long period of time to strengthen the framework to combat trafficking in persons. I recall, I believe it was sometime around 2014-15 when we established the Office of the Rapporteur, and the Children's Advocate was appointed the Rapporteur at that time. And I believe that office has issued a number of reports on the progress we've made in combating that. And indeed, 1 year my own daughter worked in the Office of the Children's Advocate and contributed to the production of that report in that particular year, something which I feel quite proud of as a father. Mr. President, the amendments which remove the option of the fines in lieu of certain custodial sentences imposed under the Principal Act, as well as the Child Care and Protection Act, are welcome and are necessary at this time. We understand the importance of preventing and suppressing human trafficking and punishing those who commit such evil acts. We are pleased that the amendments to Clause 3 of the bill, as recommended by the Leader of the Opposition in the House, were accepted there. Clause 3 of the bill amends Section 5 of the Principal Act, which provides that where a body corporate commits an offense under the Act, the directors, the managers, the secretaries, or similar officers concerned with the offense would be liable on conviction to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years or both. This would mean a person involved in operating a trafficking organization as a body corporate could potentially hide behind that corporate veil and be charged a fine rather than being imprisoned. This was inconsistent with the amendments to Section 4, subsection 6, 7, 8, and 8A, where the option of a fine was removed. And so we are pleased that the Minister has brought Section 5 of the Act within those broader range of amendments. The recommendation was made by the Leader of the Opposition to remove paragraph B of Section 5.2 in the bill that was brought to the House, which criminalizes individuals affiliated with a body corporate who would have been brought under the Act for failing to exercise due diligence in preventing the commission of an offense under the Act. Mr. President, failing to exercise due diligence would ordinarily be a civil offense, and so removing the penalty of imprisonment in this instance would ensure uniformity of offenses across different pieces of legislation. Mr. President, before I close, let me just use the opportunity to assure the clerk and the staff of Parliament that the edited clip you referred to earlier had no intention of criticizing the clerk nor the staff. It was entirely aimed at criticizing you, Mr. President. And so I just want to ensure the clerk and her staff that the edited video, not doctored, because there was nothing altered in it, was edited, was certainly not intended to be a criticism of the staff of this Parliament. Thank you.
You know, I really never had an intention of saying anything else about it, you know. But the video itself has a particular entitlement. It never says president. It wasn't said in the content thrust of the political debate to say the president did this. It said the Parliament. And that is where the problem is. And I don't know what anybody expects. But as a president of the Senate, for the discomfort that has been caused to the staff, I, as a president of the Senate, will apologize to them on whosoever behalf, because I know that it hurt them. So, Madam Clerk, hurt me, you don't hurt me. Madam Clerk, I, as president of the Senate, I apologize for any discomfort you caused. And I ask that you convey to the technical staff, especially Mr. Merrick Brown, my apologies. And it wasn't my intention to continue this debate. But next speaker, please, Senator Gale.
President, there's a saying, that we must never judge a book by its cover. And when you look at the size of these amendments today, they might appear very small, but they are big in nature, because we have to fight the trafficking in persons, very big for a big business. That's what it is. President, all over the world, in increasing numbers, people move from their own town to city, and from city to country, and across continents, in searching for a better life and a new beginning, just because of what circumstances dictate. And while many of them succeed, despite the hardships in finding new employment, some are coerced into work that they have not chosen voluntarily. And they have been deceived about the nature of their work or conditions. They have been deceived about their employment contract. Some of them are subjected to violence, confined to the workplace. They don't receive the wages that they have been promised. President, they are victims of forced labor, and they have been trafficked into a situation which they find difficult to escape. That is something that as a country, as a parliament, we must seek to eradicate. We must seek to fight against. President, this trafficking has become a global enterprise. It can involve both legal as well as illegal activities. And it is fueled by criminal networks that is seeking to exploit the loopholes of even our migration policies, even our labor regimes. And what trafficking does, sir, is that it responds to the bottleneck of cheap labor, where labor is easily disposable in many countries around the world. And it relies heavily on certain industries, the agriculture industry, domestic work, construction, even the hospitality industry. Mr. President, we often see the exploitation coming in what I consider as fake job advertisements, telling you, enticing you for lucrative jobs, because that's what they appear to be. And they are fake, asking for little or no work experience. They provide housing, they provide a travel opportunity, they provide visa and green card, and they lure individuals into this false expectation. President, it is highly a profitable industry. And it's hard to detect because trafficking is really a hidden crime. We have limited data on how it operates, and therefore we have limited means of tackling it. And President, sometimes, most often, the punishment in the eyes of the trafficker, the punishment is worth the crime, because the laws and penalties appear lenient. And so we must take steps to strengthen those penalties. You know, it has been reported that over the last 5 years or so, human traffickers exploit domestic and foreign victims in Jamaica. Traffickers exploit victims from Jamaica to abroad. We see the prevalence of sex trafficking of our Jamaican women. Sometimes the report suggests that children, including boys, are part of it, that they work in either nightclubs, bars, massage parlors, even private homes. And local observers believes that the trafficking operations have become more clandestine in nature as a result of the pandemic. Traffickers increasingly use social media platforms and these false job offers to recruit their victims. And President, truth be told, some communities are vulnerable to the trafficking and the forced labor of our young people. The inner city communities, those poor and poverty-stricken families, they are the ones that are increasingly exposed, because in some of these instances, these areas are controlled by dons that exploit the situation. So the traffickers may have a base. It is not just must be left up to the destination that the traffickers go to, but the country of origin. And so the investigation must take place from here. President, given sometimes we also have a situation where our girls, young ladies, are sometimes coerced by family members and are subjected to this kind of trafficking by men who provide monetary or material payment to the girls and even their families in exchange of being part of trafficking. President, sometimes we see the reports, especially on social media, where young ladies have gone missing, or we see a missing alert. And then another report comes out that they are either found or have returned. President, in an attempt to get to the root of these issues, anytime there's a report that there's a young lady that is missing and has been found or either returned, there must be an investigation on it. If we are going to get to the root of it, don't leave it just that they are found or they have returned. There must be an investigation. And it may very well include an investigation in relation to the family. If we are going to get to the root of it, let's pursue these types of investigation. President, according to the 2021 Trafficking in Persons report conducted by the U.S. Department of State, Jamaica is rated at Tier 2. And it would suggest that as a country, we do not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking, but is making significant efforts to do so. The reports also indicated that the government demonstrated overall increasing efforts compared to the previous reporting period. That, sir, is commendable. It means as a government we are taking the necessary steps to make the change. And that is what we are continuing to do today by these amendments. And so, President, these efforts, including achieving a trafficking conviction that resulted in a significant prison term and restitution paid to the victim. Mr. President, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And if we move assiduously to combat this hideous monster known as trafficking, it's going to require very collaborative and cohesive effort and a lot of coordination. It's not something that a government can do on its own. The good thing about it is that it is a shared responsibility demonstrated by work of both administrations. This is something that we are working together. And Jamaicans must know that we are working together to eliminate this problem. President, one of the key things is that we must adopt and fully implement an agenda to train all those officials who have to interface and participate in this monster. The investigators, the social workers, the police, border controls. Mr. President, we also need to increase funding and human resource to ministries, departments, and agencies responsible for trafficking victims and the protection service. I want to suggest, President, because as a trade unionist, I want to suggest that a major cause of human trafficking is the lack of decent work, especially in some countries where it is predominant. And the promotions of gainful employment, skills training, education is therefore a central pillar of the strategy against human trafficking. President, we have to prepare our society to be employable so that they are not exposed to these vicious crimes. And so, employment-based measures against trafficking have to be linked to our wider development goals. It can't be a situation that we're dealing with this monster today in isolation. It has to be part of a targeted approach, dependent on other supported initiatives. So I want to put it to my colleagues in the Parliament that employment creation, education, and the development and training of especially our young people, is one of the ways, fundamental ways, to eradicate this monster. And if they are educated and they are trained and they are certified and developed, it will minimize the risk of being lured into this as an alternative. And Mr. President, these measures they can be very costly, but they go well beyond just targeted anti-trafficking interventions. President, the trafficking and reintegration of some of these victims is also important. So they go away. You find that they are part of being trafficking, and they are sent home, and they come back into the situation by finding no alternative. And so again, they are exposed to the risk of that level of exploitation. And so, President, it is therefore important that we have to talk about this. It can't be just a debate today inside the Parliament. It is going to require a debate outside that includes major stakeholders that can assist the process. And so, the labour market institutions, discussions at the political level, discussions in supporting with those institutions that deal with training and education. It requires a collaborative, cohesive effort. And I'm hoping, President, that the discussion and the debate will not end here. It will continue for the sake of protecting our society against this blatant monster. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Going for the other lectern. You want it? Yeah, I think she changed, the lectern. Thank you very much. I recognize you, Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could not allow this occasion to pass without saying a few words on it. I don't think there's anybody who would be able to oppose the amendments which are being made today. In fact, it ought not to have been an alternative in the first place. Nobody should be able to commit this kind of heinous crime and be fined for it. It, to me, is one of the worst offenses which anybody can commit, because it reminds me so much of slavery. It reminds me so much of someone taking your body and possessing it as if it was their own or just a piece of cardboard, just without any sort of respect for humanity. But Mr. President, this act was passed in 2007. And I wonder what sort of progress we have really made. I know that internationally, there have been some commendations for what successive governments have done. But when I drive on the streets and I see boys begging, and I see the windshield wipers, who I understand are counted as being employed, I wonder how seriously the society takes the issue of trafficking in persons. And I wonder if any of the persons who are so concerned about this scourge have ever sent anybody to investigate to see if these little boys and sometimes girls are there at someone else's behest. When we have rural communities where young girls are sent to the house of an older man because of benefits which they gain, material benefits, help with school uniform, help with school fee, food for the household, I wonder if we are really taking it seriously. And I wonder if we should not be doing something to be able to educate people to understand the trauma which they are actually causing. You see, Senator Gale, in many communities, this is how it has always been. This is how it has always been. You have 6 children, you send one to your cousin in Kingston, hoping that she will go to school, and knowing full well that that means that she will have to be up from morning until night, working as a domestic worker in the household, taking care of children, a little child, doing all of that. And so in a way, I have to ask myself how truly committed we are to this process, how truly committed we are to attempting to eradicate the trafficking in persons. For some men, it is inconceivable that when they go to a strip club or a massage parlor, they're part of trafficking in persons, because they're just having a little fun. You know, they take it so lightly. In fact, when this bill was being debated in 2007, I think it was, some remarks were being made by men who couldn't understand, I mean, what is this fuss about? Pardon me? I'm not hearing. I don't have a solution. I'm not pretending here today that I know how to deal with it. But I know that until we have a course of conduct which will begin to sensitize others as to what is happening, then we would have failed. Mr. President, it's very curious that it was only in 2021 that persons were fined for trafficking in persons. And what had happened, the first in 2021, the person was charged with sexual exploitation. He was accused of recruiting and forcing a Guyanese teenager into prostitution. And he was ordered to pay a fine of $2 million or face 6 months in prison if he failed to pay. I'm sorry, if she failed to pay, because this was a woman. It was actually a woman who had done this. She was also given a suspended sentence. But how that came about was because they had a plea deal. And Mr. President, you will be very familiar with how these plea deals work. The second one who was fined was again through a plea deal negotiation. And he was fined $800,000. The others, in fact, were very hefty sentences, appropriate sentences in my view. Although we have only had matters brought before the court in 2015, 1, 2016, 1, 2016, 2, 2018, 2, 2019, 1, 2021, and 2 in 2021. And when I say brought before the court, I don't mean that they were prosecuted. I mean that they were actually convicted of an offense. I do not believe that there have been many prosecutions either. And it is that I think that we need to try and address, so that people who actually commit these offenses are brought before the court. And it shouldn't be so difficult, because it happens before our eyes every single day. The worst thing about it, Mr. President, is when you see a missing persons report. Just last week, a girl and her brother went in the town in Old Harbour to buy a birthday cake for a celebration, and then disappeared, just vanished, without a trace. We still have not heard anything about Jasmine Deans, a blind woman, helpless, who was just taken and has not been seen since. Although over 500 people were engaged in a search for that little girl from St. Thomas, and I think everybody cried when she was found. I think everybody cried tears of joy when she was found. There was such a celebration all over the nation, because sometimes some touch you more than some. But where is this man who it was alleged abducted her? 500 people out there searching. The commissioner of police himself out there. Everybody searching for this man in St. Thomas. And he, pardon me? Somebody knows where he is, Senator. Somebody knows. And he's being protected, because they don't see it from the same lens that we see, to see the severity of the case. And so, Mr. President, I make this call. When we see it before our eyes, when we see it taking place, don't turn a blind eye. Try and do something. Make a report. Make a call. Say something to the police. And if we think that in a community, as somebody said, a few weeks ago when a 14-year-old girl was impregnated by a much older man. I can't say anything because it's not really my business and people will vex. Perhaps we need to send out some social workers in areas where we know it is taking place to try and lift up the community. I was told the other day that there's actually a community where it is almost standard that the men take the young girls in. Almost standard. Nobody thinks it's a problem. How can we show Jamaica, how can we show that it is a problem? How can we remind them of all the documentaries which we have seen where people have been enslaved and beaten and exploited? How can we show them that when persons are lured with an offer of employment and end up as a go-go dancer, that something is wrong with that? Maybe the men need to boycott the strip clubs. Minister, do you think there would ever be a day when we would see that? So, Mr. President, I support these long overdue amendments. They have enhanced the bill. They have enhanced the legislation. But I'm saying there are empty words written on a paper if we don't put some force behind it. And I implore parliamentarians to find a way to do this, if it pleases you.
You know, Senator Scott Motley, there was I guess maybe 2 or 3 years ago, there used to be ads on the television explaining what human trafficking is and talking about the girls in clubs and so on. But I haven't seen any of those recently. Maybe we need to look back at that. Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. And indeed, those ads do still run on PBCJ, but perhaps we could look into and JIS exactly. But perhaps the broader public education and sensitization program does require revisiting. Mr. President, I rise to make a contribution to this bill, partly, of course, because of its international relevance, recognizing that the ILO reports almost 25 million persons being trapped in human trafficking and exploitation around the world, and the global community's recognition that this is indeed a transnational problem and is taking action to deal with it through across international borders, through various protocols and conventions, including the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, which is supplemented by protocols which include, of course, the matter closest to what we have before us today, which is the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. And this particular protocol is intended to facilitate convergence in national approaches with regard to the establishment of domestic criminal offences that support efficient international cooperation in investigating and prosecuting trafficking in persons cases. So the act that we have before us, the act that was passed in 2007, amended in 2013, amended again in 2018, and again being strengthened today, is part of this body of domestic implementation of international work that recognizes the cross-border nature of much of what happens with trafficking across the world. And I just want to make the point that the amendments before us are particularly important for enforcement because of the lucrative nature of trafficking, which has been referred to by both Minister Samuda and Senator Gale. The global value of over $150 billion annually in terms of illicit profit from trafficking, and the per person earnings, Mr. President, and that is where the analogy with slavery comes in, Mr. President, the per person profit that is attached to trafficking, Mr. President. It is painful, and it is why it is important for us to make the amendments that are before us today, because if you cannot hit people in their pockets sufficient for it to be a disincentive, Mr. President, then you must lock them up. It must be that the punishment that is available, whether carried out by a corporate entity, whether carried out by an individual, that they are liable to imprisonment as a result of these heinous crimes, Mr. President. And the fact is that it is important to look at it not only in the individual but in the corporate sense, because of the very point raised by Senator Gale earlier. The fact that these incidents often occur under the cover of legitimate enterprise, legitimate employment. And it's why it is important for us to educate people around what trafficking is. I think, Mr. President, the points made by Senator Scott Motley could not have been more effectively made in respect of the extent to which it happens around us and is normalized in communities, in societies as a whole, and I dare say, from the comments made, even in Parliament. If it is that persons continue to ask whether, what is the fuss about persons that are tricked, Mr. President, tricked into prostitution, that are tricked into subservience, that are tricked into sexual subservience, abuse and exploitation through just their desire to have a better life. So it happens globally and it happens in communities, Mr. President. It happens at every level. And it's why it's important for young people, boys and girls, seeking opportunities to take care, to ask questions. And if it is that you're going into a situation where you don't have a support structure, you're not going to another family member, you don't necessarily know anyone, an opportunity that seems too good to be true, to go overseas, not costing you much, somebody promising to cover everything for you and they never met you yet before in life, take, sleep and mark that if it looks too good to be true, it is too good to be true. If you ask questions, and I'm just using the opportunity of this platform to add my voice to the education and to play that role that we can play here as well, Mr. President, if you ask questions, and I know when you are in a vulnerable position, you don't feel that you should ask questions, and the person on the other side of that phone does not want to answer them, take, sleep, and mark that again, Mr. President. If they don't want to answer your questions, it might be because they know you won't like the answer that they give you. If you are going to protect yourself, you may think that times are hard, but they can be worse. They can be worse if you are trafficked. And Mr. President, it's therefore important for us to remember what trafficking is. And trafficking is where somebody recruits, transports, harbors, or receives anybody who has been tricked, deceived, and whether kidnapped or through abuse of power has been moved into a situation of servitude. Mr. President, any of those acts are part of trafficking, whether it's transported, whether you're harboring somebody, and harboring is when you just don't tell anybody about what is happening. You allow the young girls to be kept in the small room that you have around the back of the house, and you get a money every week, and you just don't say anything to anybody. But you know that it don't have any window, and it's 5 girls in there, and you don't know what happens because you hear that they leave at night and they come back again, and you don't ask any questions. That is trafficking. You are playing a role. It is not okay, and you are not innocent in the crime. And Mr. President, the fact that we're making sure that a fine here is not an option for these heinous crimes is what is so important, that there is no option to find somebody who will pay you so that you can continue doing your dastardly deeds. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to rise very briefly to say that this is an important part of the global effort to improve how it is that governments like ours, that nations like ours, do their part to try to reduce trafficking. And part of it has to be the disincentive by enforcement. The other part has got to be education, as has been raised earlier. We have to do more in that regard. It is important that we try to use all the avenues of sensitization to make this happen because it has been so normalized. So we have to look at our messaging as well. And I know that the minister is thinking about these things and looking at how we can do even more than has been done, that has been recognized in our international assessments as well. And Mr. President, just noting the statistics in respect of 1 in 3 victims being children, the majority being girls, women and girls are trafficked, but that the minister has advised that over the pandemic, the number of boys trafficked has increased 5-fold. This is, this is frightening. It's frightening in every respect. So I just wanted to say that every little bit that we do here is important. But I want to associate myself with the call that has been made, that we have to think differently about how we address these issues as well. How we treat with the seriousness of this scourge, because it does happen under the cover of night. It does happen with great deception. So while I call on our young people who are just trying to think about how to find a better way to make their living, to be careful, to ask questions, to not trust anybody, not trust everybody who talk pretty or have a nice suit and makes a promise that sounds too good to be true. Mr. President, it is important that we protect ourselves, that we protect our children and our communities. And Mr. President, in this context, of course, I'm calling on the mothers and the grandmothers, the aunties and the uncles to look out. You would not want it to happen to you. You wouldn't want it to happen to yourself. And it is important that you think about what it is these youngsters go through when they are trafficked. So it's important today, Mr. President. I want to commend the minister and the technical team, of course, that have worked on making sure these amendments come through. And I give my 100% support to this, and of course ask that if there is anything else that can be done by my ministry to support, as we are part of the NFA, NFAF tip. We are a part of that body, and we have always lent our skills to the table and will continue so to do. Mr. President, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. Senator Longmore.
I'm going to stand here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had to participate in this debate. I won't be very long, but it is of such important relevance to our society that I must make a few comments. Minister Johnson-Smith did a very good job of elucidating for us probably a proper definition and description, as did Senator Scott Motley, of what human trafficking really means in the Jamaican society. But you know, sometimes when we use these large terminologies, it becomes lost on the people who are primarily targeted by the perpetrators of these acts. The recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring of, and/or receipt of persons by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of the abuse of power or a position of vulnerability, or of giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person for the purposes of exploitation. This is really what is at the core, in my mind, of something that is quite evil. Mr. President, such exploitation includes at a minimum sexual grooming, prostitution or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or service, slavery or practice similar to slavery, servitude, or even the removal of organs. Such is the reality that some victims may face. Mr. President, globally it is estimated that over 20.9 million victims suffer each year. Of those, 68% are in forced labor, 55% are female, and 26% are children. According to the National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons, this crime is known to be the most underreported in the world. A recent assessment by the Office of Children's Registry shows that the typical human trafficking victims in Jamaica are girls ages 13 to 17. It is estimated that hundreds of Jamaicans are or have been victims of human trafficking. However, between 2010 and 2016, only approximately 62 have been recovered, have been rescued, let me say, because recovery is a whole other story. The International Labour Organization, as we had mentioned, as we had heard before from Minister Samudo, indicates that trafficking generates approximately $150 billion in profits each year. Since 2013, there has been a rescue, however, of over 100 victims of human trafficking in Jamaica. And so we must be celebratory of that. Mr. President, when I reflected on the legislative timetable of this act, from 2007 when it was first passed, you had an amendment in 2013, another one in 2018, and now we're here in 2021 with these amendments. I think we must recognize that this reflects the priority and responsiveness across the aisle in this evolving crime that likens to slavery and human torture. And in this, there is no political divide. The enactment of the TIP Act, for short, followed the ratification of the United Nations Protocol to prevent suppression and punishment of trafficking persons, especially women and children, supplemental to the Transnational Organized Crime Convention. And as we have now seen in effect since this law has been passed in Jamaica, there has been approximately 8 convictions and 1 appeal since 2021. The amendments that we are seeking to have today are very welcomed. And by all means, it is necessary, as human traffickers tend to prey on those who are weak, isolated, and poor. Senator Gale, I endorse your call for all victims who disappear, and especially for children, not just women, but especially for children who in one moment have gone off of any type of location and then are quote-unquote found or rescued. We cannot just leave, especially our children, that vulnerable to whatever forces that might be out there. The human and social consequences of trafficking are compelling. And from the physical abuse, the torture of the victims, to the psychological and emotional trauma, to economic and political implications of the unabated crime, the impact on individuals and society is clearly destructive and unacceptable. Mr. President, I just want to elucidate a little bit on the consequences of human trafficking. Many victims end up with HIV or AIDS. The significant mental health impact. Most victims, especially children, are not only suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, but what we call complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is an even more damaging, often lifetime impacting consequence of their experience. And Mr. President, it is not just the victim. It is the victim's family. It is the communities that they come from. It is you or I who read about it in the media or watch it on a newscast. The society in general is actually affected by these heinous acts. Many victims go on to significant substance use, not to mention the stigma that they have to live with even after and as they try to recover and get their lives back in order. The Act, Mr. President, is the main piece of legislation that is used in the prosecution of the offense of these persons. But this Act also relates, and these crimes relate to the Child Pornography Act, the Sexual Offences Act, Child Care and Protection Act, Offences Against the Persons Act, the Cyber Crimes Act, and the Proceeds of Crimes Act. I mention these, Mr. President, because the impact and consequences of these heinous crimes are such that no matter how often we have to be back in this space to adjust the laws to keep up with the perpetrators of these crimes, I will always be in support of it, as I am today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Samuda Curtis. Thank you very much, Senator Longmore, for that insightful presentation. Senator Allen, you have permission to speak from Senator Brown's seat, just to bring to the attention of the members that he is not feeling so well today. He's not ill, but not feeling so well. Hello, Senator Brown. We miss you. Get well soon and hope to see you next Friday. Senator Allen, you are in a big seat.
Big seat.
So we
yes.
expect a big presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And to be speaking from such a seat, I take great pride, and let me see if I can do justice. All the statistics have been quoted, and it's no doubt that the work being done, being led by the minister and the team, to make these amendments to this very important act goes without saying, the fact that it will be and is supported, and I myself support it wholeheartedly. The fact is, and Senator Scott Motley, I wasn't planning on speaking, but it is important that I say a few words, because the industry that I am pretty close to, which is tourism, is one that has been known to attract and have had instances of unfortunate situations of trafficking in the form of especially sex tourism. The fact is, the World Travel and Tourism Council, of which the Minister of Tourism in Jamaica here is very active in, recently, about 2 years ago, created a task force, a global task force for the to commission work on the business of human trafficking and the tourism industry, which goes to show the importance that the tourism industry places on trafficking in human trafficking. We've seen it in all our communities. We've seen it in Montego Bay, and I'm sure Senator Sinclair is familiar with much of the discussions that have taken place in Montego Bay. Let me be clear. Much of the discussions that have taken place around the subject of sex tourism. And it's a reality that we must face, because very often exotic locations and countries like Jamaica are seen as prime land and prime places for those who have their unfortunate intentions, that they seek places like Jamaica to express those. And our children, or women and children, are at particular risk. I believe it is important, and I know that the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association has been paying close attention to this fact and has worked closely to help to identify when such situations arise. And I must commend them for that. And we look to continue encouraging them to work closely with the security forces and the requisite agencies and ministries in identifying, because they're very adept at identifying when these things are occurring in their spaces. So whatever that can be done to encourage and advocate for greater attention to be placed, particularly in tourism, because every day we seek to gain more business for tourism, but we must also do so with a discerning eye to ensure that those who we attract to Jamaica are those who we want to attract to Jamaica. So wherever there are opportunities to collaborate and to coordinate to help to rid our beautiful island and tourist destination of this, then every effort must be taken and we all play our part. It is not necessary to repeat all of what was said before, other than the importance of ensuring that we work as a collective in our respective spaces, whether in our corporate bodies or in our tourist attractions or hotels, at the airports. We all can play our part in identifying when inconsistencies take place and where we must call in the support of the security forces to sensitize not only those who are likely to be victims, but those who work in the space and are able to work to help to rid our country of this scourge, that we must join hands in this effort. So I support wholeheartedly the work. I commend the work of the minister and, of course, at this time, all the technical people who are involved in this process. And we continue to fight to ensure we keep our people safe, particularly our women and children safe, and continue to make Jamaica the place we wish for it to be. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister Samuda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I borrow the lectern, even though it will be brief? I'm not sure I'm the one that initially caused harm to that one, but I will stay with the one that I have indeed caused harm. And first, allow me to apologize to colleague Senator Allen. It was not my intention to step out, and sincerest apologies. The amendment before us this afternoon is, I think, as Senator Scott Motley rightfully said, something we shouldn't have had to amend. But the urgency with which we want to have it passed and have it implemented is reflective of how egregious we see the crime of human trafficking is. Now, one of the points that stuck out to me, Senator Scott Motley, because quite frankly, I think you're right and you've been consistent on this point. I believe I've heard you on these points before. I don't recall which debate, if it was specifically on this one in 2018 or otherwise, but I've heard you on the point of men's access to strip clubs and otherwise, and all of society understanding what is and isn't human trafficking. And I share your position. It was I think, important to see that through the course of the debate, members on both sides saw the scale of the problem and the impact, and the fact that one of the major issues that we've had are the very cultural misnomers that allow the issue to persist and allow us to misdiagnose, I hope that's the right use of the term, Senator Longmore, the problem, the victims, and as such we don't always find the right solutions, or we don't put in place what we need to reduce the problem going forward. I think in closing, as we consider those within the technical teams that have done the work, and we think of the awesome effort that they've put in, and allow me to acknowledge P.S. Palmer, who was former chair of the National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons. Allow me to acknowledge Diane Gordon Harrison, who is the rapporteur, and allow me to acknowledge my own PS, who has now taken the reins of the chairmanship of the National Task Force, who will carry that mantle forward. The issue, though, is not that the bureaucracy and those who have kind of written the policy and those who interact with this issue daily haven't put their all out. I think the issue is that we've not, through our public education efforts, through our statements, and perhaps through our actions, brought all of society along with the sort of understanding that I think would have come from varying contributions. Because when one thinks of how Senator Longmore would have framed it in terms of the psychosocial impact and the need for screening to properly determine those who are victims of it, when my colleague Senator Johnson-Smith speaks of the global impact, and then that naturally hits the scale of the problem, one understands that we really won't, as colleagues have said, we really won't get on top of this without climbing that hurdle. The hurdle for ensuring the punishment fits the crime, I believe we're going over this afternoon. And that's not something to take lightly. And as I expected, we've had support thus far from both sides of the aisle, and I know it will be a relatively short voting process as we signal where we stand. The issue is that beyond the voting process being short, the next sets of steps aren't short in nature. It's often said that culture eats strategy every day of the week for breakfast. So we have cultural issues that create an environment that can not just allow this to continue to happen and to continue happening, but can allow us to not even seeing incidents of trafficking as trafficking. And that then affects the data set, that affects our policy making, because if you don't see the scale of a problem, you don't necessarily put in place the resources or the attention that is required for that. Senator Gale, I also noted your comment around training in particular, and the fact that the economic impact on the environment is real, and I share that and I associate myself with those comments. I've said certainly in presentations here before that a rising tide lifts all ships. As we empower all of our people and we ensure that our growth is inclusive in nature, we attack the environment that allows for this to continue. So I agree with you there, and I think as you look at the National Task Force, and Senator Johnson-Smith will agree, it is set understanding that context and looking at the space. And when you look at the minutes of some of the deliberations, I think you see that is clear. So I'm comfortable that the technical team leading this understand that impact. I have never been afraid to take up Senator Johnson-Smith on her offers, especially when it comes to the awesome men and women who work in her ministry. This is not a problem that in many cases originates here. Whether you believe that demand leads supply or you believe that some things just happen. This is an international, an inter-regional, an jurisdictional problem. So without us working with our partners in many cases who operate in the source markets, and I'm sure Jamaica has been a source market in some cases in the past, as well as the market for final trafficked persons ending up. If we don't work with our international partners, we really won't break the back of this problem. So it is not lost on me the commitment from your ministry, Senator Johnson-Smith. But I think one of the other things that we're going to have to do with our international partners is that because of some of the cultural gap and the public education gap for certainly since 2007 as we've been looking at this problem, we're going to also have to spend time to educate and bring along our international partners and our neighbors to the understanding of, in many ways, that we do catch some of the persons who are conducting human trafficking from other crimes, and that we've not always, through the data sets on how the reporting is expected to be done internationally, reported on it or necessarily charged for tip, but they've sometimes been charged for more egregious crimes than even listed here. And we haven't quite brought those dots together. For instance, if one thinks of the provision in the anti-gang legislation, recruitment of children also meet this threshold. And if you look back at some of the cases, we have, as part of the evidence, shown the recruitment of children. Now, if we had quantified it as such, our ratings as it relates to prosecutions would be considered. Now, that's to my mind, I don't speak legalese and I yield to learned friends, but to my mind, that clause and that issue, as it is handled in the anti-gang legislation, deals with an issue related to trafficking and should be considered as such, and the data should capture it as such. Now, that's a process, right? And you know, there are other considerations. You can't say you tried somebody for one crime, but you didn't, right? So I understand that there are other things for consideration in the reporting process. But our laws capture offenses that mirror trafficking in persons, and we do have prosecutions related to those offenses that I believe should be understood by our partners and by our neighbors. And not because we want to look like we're further ahead than we are, but we also want to demonstrate to our citizens that we are taking this problem seriously. Because you don't just want to be seen to be dealing with it, you actually want to have it dealt with. And having it dealt with, whether it's under this piece of legislation from my perspective or another, once you break that ring and that cycle of trafficking, whatever you want to label it is fine to me personally. But this afternoon, colleagues, I thank members for their contributions to the debate. I ask that though the contributions thus far have been largely supportive of the policy and legislative intent of the amendments before us, I ask now for your formal show of support in passing the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. We'll have the second reading of the bill. Madam Clerk.
Yes, President. I ask that the bill be read a second time.
Right. So the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trafficking in Person, Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the clauses of the bill.
Chairman, perhaps you can put them on block, since there were no requests for further amendments, certainly during the course of the debate, unless there's objection. I see Senator Boynton agreeing.
Thank you. All right, so I put clauses 1 through to 6. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the clause, the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister.
Mr. President, I ask for a third reading of the bill.
The question is that a bill entitled an act to amend the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act be now read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act read a third time and passed.
Minister.
Mr. President, might I ask that after that really positive debate around a really difficult subject, that has set a context for the continuation of our State of the Nation debate, and the next speaker or the next contributor is intended to be Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns.
Thank you. Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister Hill, I think you should stay, you know. Okay. You and I are going to have a little discussion today. Mr. President, let me just start off by saying that I'm going to ask my colleagues to be understanding as I seek to do something I've never done before, and that is to present.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
And that is to make a presentation using my laptop. I know that Minister Samuda will be particularly understanding because that is how he rolls. But I figure if I'm going to be speaking about the environment, then I have to show my love for the trees and not use paper, right? Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Muhammad Ali said that service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth. In 2013, I was asked to attend a meeting with the then Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and unexpectedly, she asked me to join the Senate. As I always do, Floyd, you know this, I discussed the matter with my mom. And after her usual words of wisdom, such as politics is ungrateful, don't leave your job, she said, it is a profound honor to serve your country in this way. Since then, Mr. President, so much has changed. I have felt the joys, experienced the sorrows, the good and the bad of politics and public service. But in all of this, my whole outlook has changed because I now feel a sense of responsibility for the future of this nation, especially those who can't speak for themselves. And my work in this parliament is not divorced from my personal life, as everybody in here knows, as I always reference Jonathan and Nathan. In fact, Mr. President, so much of what I do, I ask myself, how will this impact my family? How will it impact my two boys, Jonathan Charles and Nathan Charles, and perhaps someday Sarah? How will it impact my husband, Jeff, who in all things, big and small, good and bad, is my constant, is my person? So, Mr. President, I asked myself questions every morning and every night. Would my mother be proud of me? What example am I setting? And what kind of world am I leaving behind? And when I was asked to shadow the Land, Environment, and Climate Change portfolio, I had no idea that it would have such a profound effect on my life. Senator Samuda, it is not just a portfolio responsibility. It is now a passion. It is second nature. It is a way of life. The matters of land and the environment have become even more urgent in the wake of COP26 in Glasgow. I thank the Most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller for seeing the promise in me and taking a chance. I thank former leader of the opposition, Dr. the Honourable Peter David Phillips, for reappointing me, and our present leader, Mr. Mark Golding, for the continuation of my responsibility. To my chairman of the task force, Mr. Sheldon Beckford, whose confidence, belief, and friendship I will continue to treasure. To my task force members, to my leader Peter, Mother Hen Donna, and her chicks, for the family that we are. My colleagues on the other side, and I can say without a doubt that some of you are my friends, right, Natalie? Kavan, I'm taking back my minute. To you, Mr. President, and to the parliamentary team now being led by Ms. Curtis, thank you.
I think that's about your time.
Mr. President, I want to, Mr. Senator Webber, I'm taking back my minute. I want to begin my presentation with a brief comment on the pandemic. And I want to express my personal thanks to all the frontline workers for their dedication and selfless commitment. In the early days when we knew very little about COVID-19, they stepped up, they stepped in, put their lives on the line to save our brothers and sisters. That is truly service above self. Mr. President, and I want to record our sincere thanks to them, because when history is written, they will be the heroes and the heroines of our time. But COVID has had a severe impact on our children. The hardship is untold, and for so many, it has tightened the hold of poverty for families for at least one more generation. I think of Tamara's daughter, who before COVID was a B+ student, and during COVID, her grades fell considerably, becoming a C student. When she got her GSAT placement, with tears in her eyes, she turned to her mom and she said, "Mommy, do you still love me?" Her mother said, "Why do you ask?" She said, "Because I didn't get a prize at graduation." Mr. President, I think of Anne's son, who has special needs, but since COVID in March 2020 has not been to school, has not interfaced with one teacher, despite efforts on the mother's part. These are the real stories. These are the untold stories of COVID. There is no safety net, no protection. Our children are hurting. Mr. President, how do we compensate our children? And we did not have to get here with proper planning. Approximately 120,000 Jamaican children, according to the Ministry of Education, have been disengaged from learning since the onset of the COVID pandemic. When one looks at the headlines, we see our kids are broken. We are losing them. Lost generation. These children have lost so much. They have lost family members, connection to friends and teachers, emotional well-being, and for many, financial stability at home. Yet we are of the view that notwithstanding these trauma the children have experienced, enough has not been done to secure our children. Mr. President, I will focus the rest of my presentation on land, environment, and climate change under the theme, Own We Land, a Clean Environment for All. In 2019, the government of Jamaica passed the amendments to the Special Provisions Act and the Registration of Titles Act, and effected some very positive changes that many of us have been agitating for. And these changes have the ability to transform so many lives and end the cycle of poverty for many Jamaicans. We are grateful for these important changes and commend the work of the National Land Agency, headed by Cherise Walcott. Yet, sir, there remains so much to be done if we are serious about revolutionizing land titling and ensuring that everyone can indeed have a chance to own a piece of this rock. And so, Mr. President, I shall look at 3 areas, and I am so sorry that Minister Hill has stepped out, but I shall look at 3 areas which we believe are in urgent need of reform. The first has to do with government land. Mr. President, you do know that the Registration of Titles Act provides that if someone is living on a privately owned land in excess of 12 years and has done so peacefully, openly, and without disturbance, then on the 12th year without more, then that person has a beneficial interest in the land. And Senator Sinclair, this is established law and is supported by the decisions of the court in various rulings, as well as the Limitation of Actions Act. By this method, which we call adverse possession, many Jamaicans who never before could have owned a piece of land can now do so legally. Yet, the same legislation that says you can own private land after 12 years states that in order to own government land, you have to be in possession for 60 years. 60 years, Mr. President. You will recall that when the amendments in this House were debated, I advocated for that particular provision to be amended, and it was not. And so I'm using this opportunity again, Mr. President, to make a request through the Leader of Government Business and through Minister Samudo that a representation be made as soon as possible for this amendment to be made with alacrity. The fact remains, Mr. President, is that the government of Jamaica is the largest landowner in the country and, regrettably, can hardly account for what it owns. Yet one has to climb a higher hurdle to acquire government land. These provisions in the Registration of Titles Act serves no useful purpose, it is outdated, and it must be amended. Presently, sir, more than 104,000 Jamaicans live in informal settlements on government land. If we are serious about land ownership, then we should reduce the time frame for ownership of government land by way of adverse possession. Let us just think of the many persons who will be impacted positively as they now have an opportunity of becoming landowners. We cannot be serious about titling and continue to place this burden on so many Jamaicans who, but for the land being government land, would have acquired ownership years ago. The second thing, Mr. President, has to do with informal settlements. Mr. President, as legislators on both sides and policymakers, we should hang our heads in shame because we have failed our basic duty to take care of our people. The truth is, whether it is for political expediency or just a sheer lack of political will, we have not done enough to regularize people living in informal settlements. And this, Mr. President, will be a blot on the record of successive governments. It is even more appalling that as we grapple with the issue of food security, a significant portion of our arable lands are possessed by informal settlers, informal persons for residential purposes. Mr. President, of the over 585 squatter settlements in Jamaica, 72% of the informal settlers live on arable lands. We must ask ourselves, in an era of food shortage, is this the best use of our lands? Let us take, for example, the breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth, which has over 65% of its informal settlers on arable lands. But what have we done, Mr. President? The answer is simple. We have done nothing. These people have been living on the land for decades, some of them farming it, perhaps subsistence farming, and if there's a little extra, they will take it to Kingston or to the town center to sell. But they cannot farm in a way that either transform their lives and contribute to food security. But we have not done anything. They cannot take a piece of paper to the bank or to the PC bank or to any commercial bank to get a loan to expand their farm or to improve their housing. But what have we done? Nothing. Mr. President, if only we had the political will and desire to truly help these people to own a piece of this rock, it would change their lives and those of their families and generations to come. And there are several options available. With over 100 pieces of legislation dealing with land, we have options. For too many, Mr. President, that piece of paper called a land title remains an elusive dream never to be attained. As legislators, we can change that elusive dream into a glorious reality for thousands of Jamaicans. Give them legal ownership to the land they occupy so that they can turn dead assets into working assets and change their lives for the better. If only, Mr. President, we can regularize their ownership or relocate them to better spaces and convert these arable lands into agricultural use in a way that goes beyond micro-subsistence farming. If only, Mr. President. Putting these assets to work means that over time, people will become empowered through ownership and profitable use of land. It means that members of Parliament, Senator Leslie, would not have to worry that their CDF cannot stretch, and councillors, his worship, won't have to stress that their divisional allocation is just not enough. The informal settlers would know, the informal settlers, Senator Gale, because I have to call your name, would no longer be squatters but owners. They could leverage that land, expand their farm or house, maybe employ 2 or 3 families, not just taking their family, but bringing along with them 2 or 3 families out of poverty. That, Mr. President, is how we achieve prosperity. That, Mr. President, is how we achieve progress. That, Mr. President, is how we unlock the power of capital. But do we have the political will? Time come. Let us unlock the potential of land ownership and end squatter settlement. Free up the land. Make the people own the land. Mr. President, time has come for us to tackle the situation of informal settlers and settlements once and for all. We should not be distracted by those who see the attention given to informal settlers as supporting disorder and illegality. In my view, and considering our history as a slave society, to regularize informal settlement is not condoning lawlessness, but it is bringing order. It is giving hope, and it is building trust in a system that has failed our people for too long. And the government must take the lead, and the opposition stands ready to work with you to ensure that our people own the land. Mr. President, I now turn my attention to the issue of bauxite land. And everyone in this House, the Senate, knows that I have spoken so much on this vexed issue of bauxite land that I'm really to sound like a scratch record. When will we finally decide to get it right for our people who are so negatively impacted by the bauxite companies who reaped the bounty of our nations for generations? There have been many announcements across administrations about how this matter is going to be resolved, but we are yet to see real action. Whether it was through the partnership with the LAMP and NLA, whether it's the use of the Mining Act or a special team being set up in the respective ministry, every attempt, if we are honest, to solve the issue of titling of bauxite lands have ended up nothing for our people. Then clearly, Mr. President, something is wrong with what we're doing. And it simply cannot be fair to the generations of families who gave up their land for mining in good faith and decades later cannot get a title for the land or get the full purchase price. It is wrong, and it is simply an abuse of our people and must stop. The bauxite companies come into our country. They mine out our lands. They will leave a plain field, a greenhouse, or a basic school and give it to them. They do give some yearly scholarships, and they think it is fair play to leave thousands or hundreds of people without their titles. What is even more egregious, Mr. President, is that the government, whose only role is to protect the people, have not done enough. The government is a majority shareholder in what used to be called Naranda. And perhaps it is a good opportunity for the government to start with them to correct this injustice. The government should ensure that all lands not yet settled or transferred by Naranda are settled within 12 months. The government should use what used to be Naranda to be the gold standard and use its majority to not only ask for bauxite levy, which I support, but insist that every person who is entitled to receive a title gets it, to ensure that every person who have not yet been fully compensated for lands are paid. Mr. President, and if needs be and they need to get lawyer, the government should also pay the legal fees. The minister made a statement in Parliament on his intention to use provisions under the Bauxite and Aluminum Industries Special Provision Act to aid in titling. This is something that I commend and I give my full support, but I wait with bated breath on the report on its success. We simply cannot take a cautious approach to land titling in bauxite areas. We need a radical move which will once and for all settle the long-standing issue of titling. If it means, Mr. President, and I have said it before, that we have to pass a special legislation to remove the titling restrictions, then let us get it on and let us get it done. We cannot, as legislators, continue to disenfranchise generations, causing generational poverty, cutting off families, communities, and nation building at its needs. Mr. President, we need to let the people own the land. And now, Mr. President, cognizant of my time, $120.
Mr. President, the time being almost 1:20, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
Yes, thank you. I just didn't want the member to start a new topic and then interrupt her. Members should have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Continue, please.
Thank you,
Senator.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Mr. President, I now turn to the matter of the environment.
take it you'd want it started again, Senator Fraser-Binns?
But I could give
You would want it started again?
Go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Constitution of Jamaica provides by Section 3, which is the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, and guarantees all persons in Jamaica the right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of the ecological heritage. But we must ask ourselves, have we been enjoying a clean environment? Are we really enjoying a clean environment? Whether it is the unbearable stench coming from the Riverton dump every morning, causing countless persons to be affected, or the dust news or retirements in Montego Bay, or the dust nuisance in mining communities, the lack of potable water, polluted air filled with carbon dioxide, and other harmful substances, we have a far way to go to truly give effect to this constitutional provision. When it comes to the environment, Jamaica needs a reset. Apart from the various NGOs like JET, the Jamaica Climate Change Youth Council, Girl Scare, whose work we must commend, the country lacks real political commitment to protecting the environment. I want to commend Una Mae Gordon and her team at the Climate Change Division for the awesome work that they have been doing. Senator Samuda, I want to commend you for your commitment, not just in words, but actions, in protecting the environment. But all of us as politicians must become advocates for the environment. But to do that, Mr. President, we must be credible. We must match our actions with our words. We must not simply pay lip service. Because it is so very easy to go on an international stage, such as COP, and say the right words. But what about what happens at home? Are we keeping our words on the international stage? Presently, Jamaica, like many cities, is on the brink of catastrophe due to the damage to the environment and climate change. We see the effects in our hurricanes and storms such as Ida, Elsa, Grace. The total cost of the destruction for these natural disasters just for this year, 2021, is over $10 billion. In fact, Mr. President, it is projected that flooding alone could cost Jamaica, United States, $136 million annually, Your Worship. But yet, in the face of this, we still as a country continue to do the same things the same way. We must change our trajectory and do things differently. And so, Mr. President, if we are serious about the environment, we must, one, strengthen our laws to give real teeth to environmental protection. Let us take, for example, the constant fish kill in the Rio Cobre. The existing legislation provides a penalty of $100,000. This sum is small, and it cannot act as a deterrent. The fact is, when we have a fish kill, we not only destroy the environment, but we destroy the livelihood of hundreds of people. Our environmental laws must be amended to deal in a serious way with the breaches so that offenders, Minister, will think twice before they act. And I use this medium to request, Minister, Leader of Government Business, that we treat as priority the motion in the name of one Senator Sophia Fraser-Binns calling for review of the NRCA Act. Secondly, Mr. President, if we are serious about restoring the environment, then more must be done to protect our oceans, our flora and our fauna and wildlife. The constant destruction of our cockpit country and the ecological sensitive areas must stop. We are killing ourselves because we're killing our lungs. The trees are the lungs of the environment. Mr. President, we are at the point where some of our most endangered species are at the brink of becoming extinct. We must do better. And then, Mr. President, there is the issue about the environment and economic growth. Mr. President, this debate has been going on for some time. And there are some who believe you can't have economic growth without destroying the environment. For us, in the opposition, you can have economic growth and you can protect the environment. Yes. While the government pays lip service to its efforts to protect the environment, its actions are often the opposite, where short-term goals economic goals always win. And the evidence is incontrovertible. The actions of the government in the last 2 years clearly evidences that economic growth tips in favor of environmental protection. Let us take, for example, the destruction of acres of mangroves in Hanover for the construction of a hotel. The argument is proffered that it will create hundreds of jobs for people. Mr. President, I get that, and I understand it. But have we considered the long-term ecologically, environmental, and even the infrastructural damage that this single action will cause on the environment, Your Worship? Then there is the Bengal matter, which had the possibility of destroying a number of rare flora and fauna. The Prime Minister overturned the NRCA's decision and granted a mining permit to Bengal Development Limited with an unprecedented 72 conditions, which he later had to rescind, not because of an environmental consciousness, but because of the failure to pay the financial bond. Mr. President, let me say this. From 2016, NEPA has been housed in the Ministry of Economic Growth, and we have called over and over for there to be a revision of this. It can't be that the ministry charged with the minister charged with economic growth also has the responsibility for the Environmental Protection Agency. In an instance of a conflict, how does he decide? Oh, but that is very clear. In law, we call it res ispa loquitur. The facts speak for themselves. And to this extent, Mr. President, we are calling for NEPA to be placed where it rightly belongs, in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Then, Mr. President, there is the destruction of hundreds of mangroves for the building of a highway in Montego Bay. Let me be clear, Senator Sinclair, We in the opposition support infrastructural development. Don't forget, it was former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson who said the road to development is the development of roads, and so we support it. However, the question we're asking is there another way? It cannot be done at the risk of our ecology and our environment. Then there's the removal of mangroves within the Palisades protected area by another government agency, the destruction of natural habitats in Blue Hole area in Sandstone in Portland for highway construction. Mr. President, on October 6, 2021, as nations celebrated World Migratory Bird Day, we awoke to the news that another government agency was busy destroying one of our natural habitats in Portland. This matter has caught the attention of several environmental and human rights groups whose conclusion is the same. That is, the lasting negative impact on the natural environment and the human health system is such that a review of the project is necessary. Then there is the granting of mining permits, which have destroyed hundreds of flora and fauna, reducing our forest cover, and causing grave ecological and environmental damage.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, I'm looking at her to see if she's going to give me an indication of whether it's a long or short.
No, maybe another 5 to 10 minutes most.
Okay, that she may be permitted to complete her presentation, just to get a sense.
Thank you very much, members. You have heard the question that the Speaker be permitted time to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President. And we say,
hold on, will you repeat that?
From the President, you know, Mr. President.
I keep telling you, you know, the future casts its shadow into the present, you know.
You know, I don't want to get in any trouble here, Mr. President, so let me address you correctly. Thank you, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, with all these examples, can we really say that we're serious about the environment? The Prime Minister cannot attend COP in good faith, demanding international action and financing while simultaneously destroying vital forest reserves, mangroves, and overturning NEPA's decision and failing to agree on an acceptable buffer zone. Let me say, Mr. President, that to be credible, we need to do more than just use words. Yes. We need climate action. Yes. We need to get climate justice locally before making demands on the international stage. Time comes for us to create an environment for all. Yes. Mr. President, I want to look quickly at the mining sector. I am not sure how many persons have ever toured a bauxite community. I have, and every time I have gone, it's a new pain. It's a new anger I feel in my spirit. And that, Mr. President, is because I don't believe that there is a commitment to how we treat our people. The law speaks clearly as to how lands should be reclaimed. And every time an issue of poor land reclamation comes up, the companies tell you that they're acting according to the law. But, Mr. President, the craters that are left behind cannot be right. They cannot be fair to persons who are affected. This cannot be the environment for all. I recall being in St. Anne, in southwest St. Anne, my friend Zevermean's constituency, and we did a tour of a bauxite community. And we called the gentleman on top of the hill to come and talk with us. And, Mr. President, the gentleman literally went down in a slope and into a gully. And for about 3 minutes, he went missing. We started wondering something happened. And about the 3rd minute, he emerged out of the gully. And that is a reclaimed land. No, Mr. President, that cannot be right. The law provides further that mining should not be done within 100 meters of someone's home. However, the parties can agree to a closer distance. In recent times, the bauxite companies have embarked on a new trend of mining within the closer proximity for a fee. This, Mr. President, has aggravated the matter of the dust nuisance. When you talk to community persons, they tell you about the skin rashes that they have, the respiratory challenges that they're experiencing, and the paltry sums that are being paid in restitution for dust nuisance. This, Mr. President, cannot be right. This, Mr. President, is not how we build an environment for all. All right, so I think that technology is giving me a fight today.
This is not right.
The technology is giving me a fight. I'm not quite sure what's happening. And Mr. President, if you turn your eyes to the screen, you'll just see this is in St. Anne. And right there you'll see the basic school and you see the dust, well, you'll see what is happening there. There's a mined out land and you will see the dirt that has been placed there. I gather that the company has indicated a reason for that. Oh, regardless, if you notice, I speak about successive governments because you see Minister Johnson Smith. Minister Johnson Smith, you see the difference between you and I, Minister Johnson Smith. You see the difference through you, Mr. President, is that I am not politicizing. I'm not politicizing the issue of the environment. I am simply saying. Mr. President, and with your permission, I'm so happy that Minister Johnson Smith raised that issue because I think something has to be said about politics and the environment. It is true, it is irrefutable that the People's National Party, when it was in government, made some errors. No one can deny that. But the fact remains that in 2021, Mr. Andrew Holness is the leader of the country. The decision rests with him. And if the decisions that have been made, by the People's National Party are so wrong, then we should endeavor not to repeat them. And so, Minister Johnson Smith, let us not play politics with the environment. It is way too important for that. If I may continue, Mr. President.
She's in need of protection.
If I may continue, Mr. President. So what we're seeing here are pictures of mining areas in St. Anne. This is in well, it could be Manchester because these are some of the similar ones that I saw in Manchester and St. Elizabeth. Next. Next. Yes, they're in Manchester. Continue. Yes, this is what persons have to encounter daily, whether it is under the PMP or the JLP. The time comes for us to take a second look at it. Thank you. Time comes. Mr. President, you can continue to the next one. Mr. President, pause. Mr. President, let us ask the residents in communities in Abuka, in Brownstown, in Nib Street, in Gibraltar, in St. Anne, whether the approximately $26,000 that is being paid is enough for the damage to some of our people. I did not use those words. Hear for yourselves. Please go ahead.
Placard-bearing residents of Gibraltar in St. Anne on Monday stormed a nearby mining site operated by the Naranda Bauxite Company, demanding their concerns be addressed. Members of the security forces intervened to prevent matters worsening. The dust stemming from the mining works is among complaints being reported, which the residents say has created serious health issues for many.
I can't even hang out my clothes right now. Miss a woman out wear my white clothes and I can't even hang it out. All the children them right now, them must speak all blood. Them knows diarrhea. Because them dig up the grave them, they stink up the place. So we need justice.
They claim water being supplied to them by the Bauxite Company has caused many to become ill.
He sent sewage water come to Gibraltar for we drink. When you boil the water, even dirt, you don't drink. We children them have running a belly. We don't get from them the tree. 3 months now we live in a dirt.
Another resident says since the mining commenced, her grandfather's underlying conditions have worsened.
They said that he's being compensated and he's not. They said that he's being given $96,000 and nothing is going like that. They even said that they came and asked him if he wanted to move and he said no, and I am not aware of that situation. He has prostate cancer, he has asthma, he has sinus, and since the mine has started, these sicknesses tend to be acting up more.
They're calling on the authorities to intervene. Robeanne Williams for CVM Live.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are not my words. I do not know these people. I saw the news clip on CVM and I was moved. And I believe that as responsible parliamentarians, we have a duty to know what is happening. We have a duty to know how the people in our country feel and for us to listen to them. This is what one person had to say. She said, "This is my community, my school, my church. It hurts." Are we listening? We are destroying our communities, our families, our country, and our environment. And for what? Is it worth it? Mr. President, the cockpit country is under severe threat. Our environment is threatened. Like JET and the other NGOs, we call on the government to honor its commitment of no mining in the cockpit country and to move speedily to establish a buffer zone. The opposition commits that once it is in government, if it is not done, we will establish that buffer zone. And this, Mr. President, is how you take action. Mr. President, the mining situation, you see, is compounded by a lack of real consultation, notwithstanding the provision in the NRC Act and the processes outlined in NEPA internally about undertaking environmental impact assessment. Over and over, community members will tell you that they were never made aware of activities. We cannot ignore the ESACO agreement, Minister Johnson-Smith, which speaks to the access to environmental information, public participation, and access to justice in the environmental matters. The agreement is about recognizing and guaranteeing the public's right to obtain environmental information, to participate in decisions that affect the environment and the health, and to access justice when these rights are violated, or to protect the environment, and they are called access rights. Access rights, you see, Mr. President, are considered to have several advantages, including preventing what we just saw, which is the reduction of social conflict. It is about improving the quality and the rigor of the decision-making process and legitimizing decisions taken by government authorities. And therefore, Jamaica must move with alacrity to bring into effect, because we have already signed it, but to bring into effect the ESACO agreement, which would result in improvements in environmental governance and the way we do things. This, Mr. President, is a win-win for all. Mr. President, as we talk about the environment, have we ever considered the financial cost of our destructive actions? The loss in the value of blue carbon, or the financial loss from the resulting damage from storms, landslides, or loss of lives? Mr. President, time has come for us to do a cost-benefit analysis before we remove any more of our mangroves, before we cut down any more trees, or we undertake any more destructive action. Let us at a minimum put a dollar value to our actions and then see if it is worth it or whether another way can be found. The cost-benefit analysis, Mr. President, will look at the cost of the destruction of homes when waves break in, the cost for the loss of lives on families and society when persons die as a result of land slippage or flooding, the cost when crops are destroyed by hurricane or droughts or storms, the cost of replanting mangroves with just over a 50% chance of success, the cost to fix drains, roads, and other infrastructure after they are destroyed, and, Mr. President, the opportunity cost to key sectors such as education, health, when funds have to be redirected to deal with flood damage. Mr. President, between the period June to July 2021, over $67 million was spent on recovery. And this compares to the projected earning of $524 million from all major projects that has environmental implications such as Bengal and the Princess Hotel. It is projected that the flooding will cost Jamaica $136 million annually. If one does the maths, and Senator Crawford is not here, but if one does the maths, then if the country spends $10 million Jamaican in 3 months, then based on what is projected to be earning, then within 7 years, the money that is spent in flood damage would have been utilized fully. And that is a year when there's no active hurricane season. We then must ask ourselves, is it worth it? Where is the environment for all, Mr. President, or is it just an environment with short-term economic growth? But then, Mr. President, assuming my math is incorrect and there is going to be far more economic benefit to be derived, even if the profits were infinite, the fact remains is that money cannot fix everything. There's some damage to the environment which cannot be corrected or which cannot be compensated financially. Mr. President, apart from the environmental evaluation that is required on all projects going forward, I implore the government to recast a national development plan which puts the environment up front and center. Climate-smart development, Your Worship, must be a mandate driven by the government of the day, whichever government it is. Mr. President, time for us to protect, repair, and restore the environment is not running out. The fact is, Mr. President, time is up. Mr. Brown? The next one.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years. If we don't take action,
we can't hear Mr. Brown.
Civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we're chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't.
Mr. President, I think we're having some technical challenge. So
when we talk about disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. The world.
Mr. Brown, we'll skip that one. Mr. President, but essentially what the video shows is that we don't have the luxury of time anymore. So whatever actions we're taking to protect the environment, we must take now because we don't have time. And before I give my conclusion, Mr. President, I want to quickly speak on the issue of beach access. of beach access. There has been a growing tendency across administrations to privatize our public beaches, and this is a worrying trend, as increasingly more and more Jamaicans are being left at the mercy of private operators who claim rights to beaches, including access to beaches. Whether it is a situation in the Discovery Bay or at Winifred Beach, or more recently what we've seen in Bluefields Beach, there is no doubt that the denial of Jamaicans, whether deliberately or otherwise, of access to beaches is reaching a boiling point, Mr. President. As a girl from Brownstown in St. Anne, I recall going to Puerto Rico Beach every summer for a church trip, and we would all pack our lunches and take with us and have a good day. Now things have changed. If you want to go to Puerto Rico now, you have to pay a significant amount of money. So for a family of 4, like mine, going to that beach, we have to find a minimum of $6,000 for entry alone, and this does not involve a meal. And you cannot, Mr. President, take the meal onto the property. With this trend, sir, beaches will become a luxury for ordinary Jamaicans, and this cannot be right. Our beach policy is relegating Jamaicans to a life akin to a time before emancipation. The minister spoke about the beach access policy and has commenced national consultation, for which I give my complete support. However, it is time for that document to be brought to the Parliament so we can debate it and be clear once and for all on the beach policy for all Jamaicans, because no Jamaican should ever be denied access to any beach. And I commend Minister Charles for his effort, but I think we must settle this matter with great urgency. In closing, Mr. President, I believe that on the matters of land and the environment and climate change, we have across the aisle agreement on what is important for the advancement and survival of our people. Senator Matthew Samuda, during the carriage of the plastic ban, showed the importance of all stakeholders working together. It is something that I recommend fully, and I hope that not just in the environment, but in all matters relating to nation building, that we can have such program being undertaken. As a nation, Mr. President, we can no longer be content with cosmetic and tinkering efforts to protect our land and our environment. We must be radical in our actions to give persons access and ownership to land, which must include use of government lands. We cannot continue to surrender our lands to only those who can afford to buy, while the poor subsist on the margins. Land ownership for the masses should not be a scarce benefit, but a fundamental right. Mr. President, the poor should not spend decades building their homes only to be cruelly evicted for lack of title, while our leaders play and give only those who can, or the connected few, acres of land. We must act now to right the centuries of wrong with land ownership. Indeed, Mr. President, it is time for us to own the land. Mr. President, the issues of the environment and climate change are clearly impatient of debate. It was former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon who said, saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth, these are one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy shortages, global health, food security, and women's empowerment. Solutions to one problem, Mr. President, must be solutions for all. The UN has said that this decade is our absolute last chance to save the environment. We need a new consciousness. The science is clear. The evidence is clear. We live it. We experience it. Whether it is Matthew, Ida, Elsa, or Grace, we feel it. We know it. Climate change is here. Climate change is real. Mr. President, the time is now. We cannot wait. As Mayor Motley said, When will leaders lead? Leaders must not fail who elect them to lead. Code red, Mr. President. Jamaica needs action now. Nature, Mr. President. Nature is not waiting on us to act. Nature is not waiting on us to adjust or to adapt. We must act now. Is it working? No? Okay, Mr. President, I think we're having some serious technical issues. So, Mr. President, as I close, I say that the issue of the environment is too far-reaching, and we must act now because our own survival is at stake. We must change, or we will
Some call me.
Go ahead if you get it to work. The system. Code red. Code red, I'm telling you. You know Murphy's law, right? What if I can't go wrong will go wrong. If it doesn't get done in 10 seconds, we'll just call it a job. There, I think we may have...
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Bench. You could perhaps circulate the video.
No, Mr. President, we will do that. So, Mr. President, as I close, I say, we must change or we will all die. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fraser-Bench. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I rise to make my contribution to the State of the Nation debate, and in light of the bill that was passed earlier that dealt with the Trafficking in Persons Act and examples that were given, I just saw a report, Mr. President, regarding two young children, Rohanna Bryan, 13-year-old, who in fact just celebrated her birthday on November the 7th, as well as her brother, 9-year-old Rohan Bryan, and both of them went out in the Old Harbour community to purchase a birthday cake for Rohanna's birthday and went missing. Please to inform the Senate that they have been found and that they are healthy. And they have been returned to their families, Mr. President. And the investigations will continue. And as other speakers have spoken earlier, and if it is something that can be made public in respect to where those investigations have taken them, then I'm certain that the authorities will do the right thing. Mr. President, this is a day that the Lord has made. Regardless of the existing challenges, personally and collectively, we must have faith and confidence as a resilient people that we shall overcome. Mr. President, I recognize and thank the Honourable Prime Minister Andrew Holness in having confidence in me to appoint me to this noble chamber in 2016 and again in 2020. Each day as I continue in this position, I commit myself to give of my best in the service of the people of Jamaica. Mr. President, I extend appreciation to the citizens of the division of Montego Bay North East who have represented since 2003. They have allowed me time to participate in the governance of our country at this level. For sure, they know I have their back, and I'm just a phone call away. I've been through 4 elections, and by the grace of God and the will of the people, I expect success in the 5th, whenever the next is. Mr. President, between 2007 to 2012, I had the privilege to serve as the mayor of the city of Montego Bay and chairman of the St. James Municipal Corporation. Though not currently in that position, I still believe it is my duty to be their voice on this national platform of the Jamaica Senate. Mr. President, I thank my family for their contribution to where I stand today. My parents, and in particular my father, I lift my hat to him. I bear his name, and I walk in his footsteps. He has been walked the same path as councillor, mayor, and senator. Mr. President, he served from this very chamber as president of the Senate, and it's not saying that I'm planning on taking it. Between 1976 to 1980, and as independent senator between 1983 and 1989. To my wife, Glenette, and children, I recognize and honor them for giving me the time in the service of the people of Jamaica and supporting me in every respect. Mr. President, colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Ms. Curtis, and all the staff of the Parliament, it has been my pleasure being here with you every Friday and on other days as we meet. Mr. President, Jamaica and the world have been experiencing challenges with the current COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past 18 to 20 months across the globe, the economy and social life of people have been impacted. I could not have imagined the cancellation of many international events as a result of this pandemic, to include the century-old Boston Marathon and the Olympics in 2020. The latter, when it was held in 2021, was held in an empty stadium. Jamaica was not spared. The economic and social fallout have been significant. The details have been expounded by others, hence there is no need for me to repeat them. Mr. President, in difficult times such as these, humanity must exhibit its resilience. We always show the will to survive and to recover. In this dispensation, we must not only recover quickly, we must do so stronger and better. As one writer said, life does not get easier or more forgiving, we get stronger and more resilient. Mr. President, I commend this administration for the manner it has handled this pandemic. We have proceeded through several stages, commencing in March 2020, when the first case reached our shores. At that time, not knowing all that we know now, there was ultra caution. We eventually moved to the stage of balancing lives and livelihoods, and now we are moving into recovery, Mr. President. Every step of the way, the Honourable Prime Minister has led from the front. He has kept the nation informed. Today, he walks the hills and valleys, advocating the best treatment that science has afforded us at this time. Under his leadership and with an able team, Jamaica has not experienced some of the challenges as a few of our other Caribbean neighbors. In spite of the criticisms, the administration in the pandemic used the vehicle of the Disaster Risk Management Act, which ensured one could be nimble in making adjustments as required to address concerns that the health officials and circumstances brought to the fore. In July through to August of this year, the country experienced a third wave, which had our positivity rate exceeding 50%, with death and hospital admissions from COVID-19 rising. The health services and workers were stretched. There was some amount of panic across the nation. Mr. President, the captain maintained his composure and with his team of ministers, advisors, technical staff, brought the ship to calm waters, pivoting as needed so that today the positivity rate is trending to 5%. There are reduced deaths and hospital admissions. The Honourable Prime Minister must be applauded for not abusing any real or perceived authority the legislation may facilitate. Every measure implemented has been raised in Parliament and elsewhere for discussion, and where appropriate, adjustments have been made. So, President, the attitude has been one of openness and transparency. That is good governance by a good government. Mr. President, after 18 to 20 months, this administration has been able to meet its obligations to civil servants, continues infrastructure work for the benefit of citizens, and provide social cushions for the vulnerable. I pause to commend the Honourable Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance, and his team in the ministry for sound leadership. He has proved without doubt he is the right man in the right place. Mr. President, the international rating agency Standard & Poor's maintained Jamaica's B+ credit rating, representing the agency's confidence in the economy and direction of the government's economic policies. Standard & Poor's expects the country to return to fiscal surplus in the short term due to government's demonstrated commitment to prudent fiscal policy management. So, President, the most recent labour survey, put out by Statin in October 2021, informs us that the unemployment rate, which had a balloon in the early stages of the pandemic and reached 12.5% at July 2020, is now at 8.5% at July 2021. We are almost back to pre-COVID lows. These are significant achievements to be recognized by even the harshest critic. Recovering quickly, recovering stronger, recovering better. Mr. President, I take this opportunity also to commend our Senate colleagues, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and Minister Matthew Samuda, for their efforts in critical areas from the outset of COVID-19 impact on Jamaica, as well as Minister Albin Hill, who has been engaging investors on the international arena in support of Jamaica's recovery effort. Mr. President, I encourage everyone to participate in the vaccination process. The science and evidence in countries with high vaccination profiles inform us that it is the quickest and surest way back to normality and for our children to get back to face. I take you to Western Jamaica, and the saying on both sides of the aisle at a particular time that comes up every 4 to 5 years is that where the West goes, the rest goes. And it reflects the importance of the West. Mr. President, myself and my Senate colleague, Senator Allen, Senator Morris is also from the West, but I think you do not travel the same road every Friday. Senator Allen, yes, not Senator Morris, the beautiful Senator Gabriel Morris, I am making reference to. Yes. But Senator Allen and myself travel the same road every day, and although we sit on separate sides of the aisle, I feel sure that we carry the views of the people of Western Jamaica at all times. Mr. President, historically Western Jamaica has felt neglected by the powers that be who sit in capital city Kingston. Many have felt that we have been fed the breadcrumbs from the mighty table of Kingston. Mr. President, this view was held even in the high days of members of Parliament Francis Tulloh and Sir Howard Cook, the latter who became the Governor General of Jamaica. But, Mr. President, title without more can amount to naught when the necessary infrastructure improvements needed does not come. Mr. President, it was as a result of this deficit in improvements, in particular the housing stock, that Montego Bay, for example, spawned 19 squatter settlements, which brought in many negatives, including crime. The housing stock and housing solutions have greatly improved in St. James through private and public investment. Several new housing estates have been or are under construction, to include West Village, the Estuary, Edmund Ridge, and Grange Pen. Together, Mr. President, they have added in recent times over 5,000 housing solutions in St. James. In the parishes built by Labour, in the parishes of Trelawney, Hanover, and Westmoreland, the recent presentations by several of the newly minted members of Parliament in the State of the Constituency debate in the other place reflected the lack of good representation over the many years. Mr. President, a new wind is blowing in Western Jamaica. In 2016, the pendulum began its movement, and in 2020, the movement was complete. Mr. President, at 16 out of 16, and I'm referring to the constituencies, every constituency in the county of Cornwall is green. No one can ask for more. It is now onto the work for the people across the region. And under the astute leadership of the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Horace Chang, the Minister of Tourism, Honourable Edmund Bartlett, and the younger, very motivated members of Parliament, Western Jamaica is poised to get its fair share of the pie and to recover stronger. Mr. President, in the area of tourism, the COVID pandemic caused a total shutdown of the tourism sector. With Western Jamaica being the mecca of tourism, this proved quite devastating. To his credit, the Minister of Tourism and his team moved quickly and engaged many of the workers in the sector to get involved in online training. And by mid-April 2020, courses were commenced through Heart Trust, NSTA, the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, and TPDCO, and covered a number of skilled areas. So, President, thousands of hotel workers were engaged, which augured well for the recovery program in the sector and the rollout of the Resilient Corridor concept. The innovation of the coronavirus Resilient Corridor from Negril to Port Antonio and Milk River and Clarendon to Negril facilitated the swift opening of the sector and got thousands of persons back to work. Today, in excess of 80% of workers in the sector have returned to work. And as they do, I trust that the drive to have them participate in the tourism pension scheme introduced by this administration under the Tourism Workers Pension Act is placed up front and center. Participation will ensure for these workers whose efforts contribute to the success of the industry have a better life in their latter years. The protocols established in the corridor have received international approval at the level of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Today, the majority of hotels have reopened, with benefits being felt by many directly and indirectly. To the hoteliers, I commend them for their diligence in the implementation of COVID protocols that has seen a very low infection rate of less than 1%. They must also be commended for their participation in the various phases of the pandemic. In the early stages, they provided accommodation for the ship workers. Today, they participate in the vaccination process. And I wish to highlight Sandals Resort International, Mr. President. They have gone a step further and they have provided one of their facilities to be used as a vaccination site to the comfort, providing accommodation for the medical personnel and to provide a comfort state for persons who go in for vaccination. Mr. President, the restoration of this sector is important as it supports the many mega projects taking place in Western Jamaica at this time. And I will just go on to highlight some of them. Mr. President, we look in the hotel sector. Growth in this area continues, and several parishes will see significant increase in hotel rooms as well as employment opportunities from the construction phase through to operations. Mr. President, construction is now taking place in Green Island with the 2,000-room Princess Hotels. In St. James, the planning is far advanced for the 1,700 Hard Rock Hotel. Similarly, in Trelawney, Rio is about to commence construction, Mr. President. Added to these new facilities, existing properties across several parishes along the north coast are increasing their room count. You're looking from St. Anne right through to Hanover. This build-out, even whilst we are still in the pandemic, speaks volumes for Jamaica as a sought-after destination. As Jamaicans, we must ensure that we do not drop the ball. Mr. President, I strongly believe that the amendments made by this administration to the Casino Gaming Act has and will continue to spur greater investment in the hotel sector. It behooves us to ensure that Jamaicans involved in construction, hotel workers at all levels, entertainers, suppliers of fruits and vegetables, meats and eggs, and goats are ready to participate. In respect of available opportunities, systems must be put in place by the Ministry of Labour to ensure that locals are first in line on the basis of merit. Mr. President, I read some time ago where a matter went to the Industrial Disputes Tribunal, and there was an order made for the person to return to work. And the person to return to work, and the matter went to the Industrial Disputes Tribunal. It related to a Jamaican hotel, and the person had the position of being a deputy housekeeper. That person was not a Jamaican, but we have facilities here, community colleges, the UTech, that train our citizens in respect to doing these types of things. And I say that in all respects of the hotel industry, the tourism industry, that we must ensure that locals are first in line on merit. Mr. President, the Sangster International Airport is a significant asset in Western Jamaica, which brings joy to all of Jamaica. And for the 14th time, it has been rated as the #1 airport in the region, coming ahead of over 1 dozen others across the region. Mr. President, the facilities and ecosystem in itself, it provides employment for thousands of Jamaicans and is the facility through which 75% of our visitors enter the island. Mr. President, the expansion master plan for the Sangster International Airport was approved in 2019, continued, and it continues to be implemented in spite of the downturn in passenger traffic during the pandemic. And I pause here to respond to a comment which was made by colleague Senator Fraser Binns, because she spoke about there being damage to the mangrove in Montego Bay. And I had to wrap my brain to try and ascertain which mangrove was being destroyed for the purpose of a road construction. And this was the only area that I could have thought of being so close to the sea. And if I am correct in my assumption that that is the area to which you refer, Senator Fraser Binns, I would want to say, and I will say it publicly, that the area that is being used had no mangrove. In fact, that area was the Providence, previously identified as a beach called Providence Beach. It was the area that under the PNP administration was designated to be established as a public beach. This administration moved away from that because the airport authority wanted that particular area for its airport expansion work. We moved away from that area and insisted on the creation of Harmony Park, and we today have Harmony Park. So we're talking about mangrove disruption, North Coast Highway, which has been applauded as being a legacy of their administration, went through significant areas on the North Coast, from St. James, Trelawney, and onwards, through areas of wetland. Now, we're not going to oppose it or quarrel with it. It's part of the development process. Right? So I just want to correct that misinformation, Senator Fraser-Binns. The area being used as part of the airport expansion project was not mangrove. And I will comment some further when I get a bit further into my presentation. Mr. President, the expansion plan of the airport entails various infrastructure works, including a spend of over $100 million on the expansion of the terminal, car park, realignment of roadways, and access points to the airport. In addition, there's a spend of over $70 million on the runway expansion project. These works presently being undertaken will allow for greater passenger capacity and improve the ability of the airport to receive direct long-haul carriers from destinations such as Eastern Europe, Asia, Africa, South America, and the Middle East. There is anticipated increased visitor arrival to Jamaica from these areas. And Mr. President, Senator Albin Hill, I don't know why he has gone so far up in the back there, because he should be sitting here so I can also commend him and Ministers Bartlett for their travels to faraway nations. You were in the Middle East recently, Senator Albin Hill, along with Minister Bartlett. And these travels have meaning to our economy and supports the mantra that we will recover stronger. Mr. President, outside of the Sangster International Airport, our other ports have been given awards, international awards, and at the recent World Travel Awards, Jamaica, through the Port Authority of Jamaica, achieved awards in 4 categories, namely Caribbean's leading cruise destination, Caribbean's leading cruise port 2021, Falmouth, located in Western Jamaica, Caribbean's leading home port, Montego Bay, Western Jamaica, Caribbean's leading tourism development project, Port Royal, built by Labour. Mr. President, in respect to the latter, it has been announced that this port, and I refer to Port Royal, will receive 2 vessels commencing January 2022 and resume home porting in Montego Bay. 2 will be home porting in Montego Bay in 2022. Mr. President, it is my view that we should do all that is necessary to improve our home porting opportunities. And today again, Mr. President, I saw an announcement of Grace Kennedy and its achievements, and I believe that companies such as yours, and I'm not limiting it to Grace only, because there are others who can make the supplies to ships if they home port here in Jamaica, and we need to work and ensure that we get that achieved. Mr. President, the spin-off for locals with home porting is enormous in many ways, because persons will be coming in and stay over days before or days after, days before going on the cruise, days after they return from the cruise. So the impact can be phenomenal. Mr. President, an important project coming to Western Jamaica. it seems to be stationed in Montego Bay, but it impacts Western Jamaica. And I refer to the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project. Montego Bay, Mr. President, has witnessed tremendous growth over the past several years. Its ability to expand to the south was stymied in 1995 with the forced acquisition of the lands to the south that were earmarked for major commercial and housing developments. Those lands were used to install sewage ponds, much to the chagrin of many. The Montego Bay Perimeter Road project will see several new road constructions taking place, which will ease the traffic congestion in the city's urban center and open up many areas to the east and south for further expansion of the city. The project will further facilitate movement of goods and people from north to south, from Montego Bay to Savannah-la-Mar. The beneficiaries of this project will therefore be the parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, and to some extent, St. Elizabeth. So, President, this administration, in spite of the comments, and we heard them in this chamber, expressed in opposition, has rightly designated through legislation and after debate the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project as a national development project. This will ensure the reduction in potential delay in implementation. And I am proud, Mr. President, to have been part of this noble chamber and voted aye on the debate of the Public Procurement National Development Project, Montego Bay Perimeter Road Project Order 2021.
The Speaker's time having expired, may I ask that it be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
Thank you very much, Madam. Members should have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
Mr. President, the people of Western Jamaica are happy and will be even happier to know that the government of Jamaica has settled the terms of the contract with China Harbour Engineering Construction Company in relation to this project. It is now on to the signing and works to proceed, and tractors will be in the ground in short order. Mr. President, included in this perimeter road project is a drainage study. And for persons who would have been watching the newscast from the side of the island, you would have seen in last week that areas in Montego Bay were flooded because of heavy rainfall. And what we are seeing in that area is that the capacity of our drains have been exceeded. And so this project and the attitude of this administration in making it a national development project is critical to us because it includes a drainage study, and that is where it all starts from. The study will tell us what the issues are and how we can correct them, and then we move on to correct them so that the flooding which we experience on a regular basis in this important part of the country will be alleviated. Mr. President, it is also my understanding that there is significant advance on plans to expand the roadway from Montego Bay to Ocho Rios. Proposal is to increase the carriageway to dual carriageways while circumventing bottlenecks in Discovery Bay and Prairie. Similarly, the roadway from Montego Bay to Negril will be expanded, removing bottlenecks in Hopewell and Lucy. Once these works are achieved, along with the completion of the Maypen to Williamsfield Highway and the South Coast Highway from Harbourview to Port Antonio, movement from west to east, north to south, across the middle of the island shall be much easier. We are seeing the work of the builder, Andrew Michael Holness. Mr. President, easy access is a stimulus for further growth and development. Mr. President, I move over into the parish of Trelawney, where there will be hotel projects. They will also be benefiting, Mr. President, from the building of a new town on 50 acres of land. So Falmouth will have a new Falmouth. What? The area has already been earmarked for that development. More immediate, however, is the construction of the artisan village at the area known as Hamden Wharf at a cost of 750 million Jamaican dollars. Mr. President, this project involves collaboration between several state agencies, Port Authority of Jamaica, the Urban Development Corporation, and the Tourism Product Development Company. It will be an area that will accommodate small and medium-sized enterprises who will offer to our visitors an opportunity to enjoy local cuisine, art and craft and culture. Mr. President, big things are happening and no one is being left out. The recovery process must be felt by all. The importance of this location is its proximity to the port and can be the first point of a visitor's tour as well as the last. And this adds great opportunity for those in the artisan village for them to earn. In the business process outsourcing sector, which was spawned in Montego Bay, in the Montego Bay Free Zone, we have seen its growth, Mr. President, of the BPO across 12 of 14 parishes in Jamaica. Mr. President, it was stated in Outsource to Jamaica 2021 conference that Jamaica should benefit from US $70 million in new investments in this area. Certainly in Montego Bay, major investment continues in the BPO, in the Catherine Hall area, at the Barnett Tech Park, as well as the Ironshore Industrial Estate. Mr. President, the employment opportunities across Western Jamaica in this area is phenomenal. It is important to note that migration may not be necessary from other parishes with the improvement in the road network, which I have already spoken to, and the ability of work from home regime developed in that sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. So, President, I wish to touch on the environment. And why I'm doing that is because a critical area that impacts the environment, the cockpit country, is located in the parishes of Trelawney, St. James, and St. Elizabeth. Mr. President, this administration is sensitive to the benefit of preserving this area in its natural state. In November of 2017, because I heard Senator Fraser Bills making comment as if we are giving lip service. This administration is not about talk. It is more about action and not a bag of mouth. Mr. President, in November 2017, the Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness took the decisive position and had this Parliament designate the cockpit country protected area. Specific boundaries were identified. We move away from what is the cockpit country to what has been defined as the cockpit country. So specific boundaries were identified, thereby removing all doubt as to the areas to be protected. It is now conclusive that the protected area, and when the whole process started out, it started out with reference to 75,000 hectares. We have now determined that it encompasses over 77,183 hectares, Mr. President. The Forestry Department, in a report given in March 19, 2021, informs us that permanent monuments, numbering over 777, have been planted delineating the protected area. So it is no longer any imaginary lines. We have physical boundaries. This administration, Mr. President, must be commended for making these bold and decisive moves in preserving the environment, even at the expense of potential economic activity. And you know, we hear the criticisms, we hear the comments, but there is the truth to all of what we have to say. So, President, this administration has done more than any past administration in the preservation of the environment. And I need to make reference to some of them. This administration, 14 forestry orders, which remains unprecedented. The declaration, and I commented on that, the declaration of the proposed cockpit country boundaries after 40 years of lip service. The declaration, Mr. President, of the Black River Morass area. Mr. President, when you take this as a whole, what you are looking at is declarations that have moved Jamaica's protected areas to exceed 30% of the landmass. And that, Mr. President, doubles the target of 15%, which is set by the United Nations. Jamaica gonna leave, Mr. President. Mr. President, the ban on the single-use plastic items, which was led by Senator Minister Matthew Samuda, in place. The completion of the parish development orders right across Jamaica. The significant increase in the capacity and connection to proper sewage systems. The tabling and enacting of modern biodiversity policy. And Mr. President, no, it is a state of the nation. Use that. Mr. President, this administration converted Goat Island to a natural reserve, reversing the PNP's decision to make it a port and logistic hub, possibly powered by coal. And you know, we heard about destruction of mangrove. That would have been destruction of mangrove. This administration has protected its mangrove areas. Mr. President, we have an ongoing project. This administration has an ongoing project to plant in excess of 3 million trees and restore damaged mangrove forests. And Mr. President, and I believe it was spoken to by the Honorable Prime Minister when he went to conference COP26 the other day. Jamaica is the first small island state to issue a catastrophe bond to insure against climate disaster risk. And we are now developing the capacity in the stock exchange to issue green bonds, leading the way in smart climate finance. Mr. President, on the environment, this administration is about action and not about government. Mr. President, the recognition is not only made by me. It is not only made locally, it has been made internationally. Our Prime Minister has been invited to represent the views of small island development states at notable fora, such as the G7 and the G20. International recognition being given to our Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Jamaica has been invited, and he is in the process of seeking for the United Nations drive to achieve 100 billion United States dollars, the target for the replenishment of the global climate fund. It shows international recognition beyond this parliament. When you're speaking of the environment, you speak of Andrew Michael Williams. Mr. President, we saw some things presented, and probably that is the reason why the there was the glitches taking place in the system. Because you must speak the truth and speak it ever. Cost it what it will. Mr. President, the mining permits that were shown up there were permits issued under the People's National Party administration for bauxite mining in the country. And, you know, I can appreciate what Senator Binns is saying is that we must act in protecting the environment. But you must disclose the truth, man. Disclose the truth and say that we will work together in correcting the ills that we cause in the country. But don't come here and put it out and be disingenuous about the whole process. Mr. President, the Honorable Prime Minister, these are the Honorable Prime Minister's words. There can be no sustainable economic development on the back of environmental degradation and consequently no prosperity steeped in pollution. Our Prime Minister has said that. Our Prime Minister, this administration is acting to ensure that these words are not just words, but they are put into action. So, Mr. President, there has always been a perennial struggle to find the right balance between preserving the environment in its natural state and allowing needed economic activity. This administration, more than any other by its actions, has shown that it can be better trusted. It can be better trusted to find the right balance. As part of preserving the environment and providing appropriate green space for the benefit of the citizens of Jamaica, the Urban Development Corporation has completed the signal project of Harmony Beach Park in Montego Bay. This area of over 16 acres, as a jewel in the landscape of the city of Montego Bay, provides the ultimate space for relaxation and where people of various walks of life can commingle in a safe setting, have fun, and appropriate beach access. And as I move from there into beach access, Mr. President, that has been a thorny issue over the decades. So I agree with Senator Binns when she says that. Harmony Park, which is located on valuable property, confirms this administration's position that locals must have access to one of Jamaica's valuable assets, its beaches. That is what is signaled by Harmony Park. This era, this development, Mr. President, fits hand in glove with the green paper laid in this Parliament by the Honourable Minister, Pernell Charles Jr., which outlines the administration's position on beach access. So there is a document which has been laid in this Parliament that speaks to beach access, and that Jamaicans must be allowed access even in the face of development projects. And you know, yes, and you know, if I were to do the comparison and I say that we don't play hypocrisy here, I take you to Montego Bay. Iberia Star. The citizens of St. James and adjoining parishes lost access to Rose Hall Beach. I take you to Rio. The citizens of Montego Bay lost access to Damali Beach. And I take you to the Cameron. The citizens of Montego Bay lost access to Cornwall Beach. No. Let us say. No, it wasn't under our watch. Not under our watch. It was under a previous administration. And Cornwall Beach, if you know the history of Cornwall Beach, why it hurt Montegonians so much, is that Cornwall Beach and Doctor's Cave are the two best beaches in Montego Bay. Doctor's Cave was seen as, it had a stigma. Many Montegonians don't go to Doctor's Cave because it had a history that spoke to you being of a particular class, socio-economic class and otherwise. Interestingly, Cornwall Beach was created, and I give credit to our former Prime Minister Michael Manley. Cornwall Beach was developed by Michael Manley under PNP administration for the people, in Montego Bay and Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, next door to Doctor's Cave. It was a beach that the average Jamaican could go to. Cornwall Beach was taken away from the people of Montego Bay by PNP administration in a manner where there was no disclosure and certain other things. And because of that, the matter was referred to the Contractor General for inquiries to be made and for a report. And the St. James Municipal Corporation is still awaiting on that report as to how that process was done. So when we talk about access, this administration don't just talk it. They put it in writing. It is in the development orders that I made reference to. It is in the beach access policy that Minister Pernell Charles Jr. has placed in this parliament. We are action. We are not a bag of mouth. Mr. President, the paper of which I referred has laid the groundwork for stakeholders' discussion to take place with the ultimate goal to arrive at an appropriate beach policy that will allow locals to have reasonable access to our beaches. And I urge the Minister to move forward with alacrity, and he can count on me for full support. Mr. President, Montegonians have benefited from the completion of the Harmony Beach Park, which is on the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard. They can now look forward, Mr. President, to Jamaican spend of $1.2 billion on the improvements along the popular Jimmy Cliff Boulevard. This area is the area that is referred to as the hip strip. Through this investment, one can envisage a South Beach type experience in that area. As Minister Bartlett informed us, there will be physical improvements, new product development, streetscaping, and thematic facades and entertainment facilities. In this reshaping of the boulevard, I am on public record. And interestingly, God works in mysterious ways, Always. Because we could have done this presentation last week. It was moved to this week. And we dealt with the trafficking in persons legislation. Well, here it is. I am on public record stating my opposition to the creation of a red light district in this area. It was put on the table by a prominent Montegonian. I am opposed to the creation of a red light district in this area. I believe, even in light of what we discussed this morning, it can contribute to the trafficking in persons for sexual benefit. Mr. President, a much better spend would be to improve on the facilities for those engaged in legitimate small businesses. Example, the pan chicken vendors who cook up a delight for locals and foreigners. We're not into the creation of any red light district in our prime tourist area. Mr. President, I don't come here to be hypocritical. And if I attempted to avoid the concern of crime and violence which plagues parishes across Western Jamaica, then I could be described as being hypocritical. I spoke to the good things, commenting on the things that are not so good. Mr. President, whilst the murders tend to be confined to inter- and intra-gang members, it is still a worrying factor. As we have seen, incidents do take place in spaces used by others and have a negative impact. Mr. President, to me, it is a mockery to good debate to boast that under one administration, the murder rate was 1,300, whilst under another, it is 1,500. The fact of the matter, for a country of our size, which is not at civil war, we should not be experiencing a murder rate anywhere above 1,000 per annum. Mr. President, St. James in recent times has been the epicenter of murders. During the period 2012 to 2015, murders increased in the parish at the rate of 20% per annum until it peaked in 2017 at 345. Mr. President, the implementation of the state of emergency brought a significant reduction. Murders were reduced by over 200%. I express my pleasure that the administration is making the necessary amendments to the Emergency Powers Act to ensure the use of enhanced security measures, that they will be again available to the Jamaica Constabulary and the Jamaica Defence Force as a crime-fighting tool. In 2018, the use of enhanced security measures in specific police divisions produced results. Murders went down by 70% in St. James, 29.3% in St. Catherine North, 25% in Kingston Western, 5.2% in St. Andrews South. Nationally, Mr. President, there was a 21% reduction in murders. This administration must be commended for having the strength of character to take the bold step to cauterize the untenable situation that existed. More has to be done and is in fact being done. And I take you to some of those. The expansion of the Burke Barracks in Montego Bay is nearly complete, which will house the 2nd Battalion of the Jamaica Defence Force. Mr. President, the expansion of the facilities at Montego Hills for accommodation of Jamaica Constabulary officers in the region to support increased security measures is an ongoing project, and these measures, Mr. President, will put more boots on the ground. Mr. President, I am recommending, Minister Samuda is here, to the Minister of National Security to also look at the restoration of the accommodation area that existed at Barnett Street Police Station but was damaged by a fire many years ago. There is tremendous benefit that can be achieved in its restoration. Mr. President, the implementation of the zones of special operations in Mount Salem and Norwood has and will bring improvements to the physical infrastructure, the social and economic welfare of the residents of said communities. Those improvements will have positive impact in the fight against crime and violence. The construction of the new police station is another achievement in itself in the Mount Salem area, where broken infrastructure previously existed. It now accommodates a high-quality, fit-for-purpose facility of which officers who use it and the communities it serves can be proud. Mr. President, the establishment of the Caribbean Military Academy in Flankers, which has broadened the training opportunities for young men, particularly those who may be otherwise attracted to crime. Mr. President, it is my view that many of these training opportunities is attractive to those who are willing. The greater concern that I have is, what do we do with those who are not so willing? How do we get them attached to these programs which will give value to their lives? Mr. President, Member of Parliament for Eastern St. Thomas, Michelle Charles, bravely advanced the use of ankle bracelets for those admitted to bail. I am prepared to advance the use of control orders as exists in several Commonwealth countries, including New Zealand and England, to ensure that those who are not so willing and who may be a threat to public safety be placed in suitable programs tailored to the individual to impart discipline, social and other skills for the benefit of the individual and for the benefit of the community and ultimately the nation. Data from the Jamaica Constabulary informs us that between 2016 to 2021, 4,260 unemployed people were charged for major crimes, including murder, shooting, breaches of the Firearms Act. Many of these were unskilled or unemployable, and we must do all we can to ensure our young people attain a skill by any means necessary. Mr. President, the courts under this proposal I'm making on the application of the Commissioner of Police will determine to whom control orders may be applied. This approach is akin to that which presently exists under the Criminal Justice Administration Act, but it is restricted to the 40s. So I'm asking for it to be expanded so that where persons who are unattached and are deemed threat to public safety and order, that you can put, you're not locking them up, but you are putting them through a regime, put them into a program where they have to complete the program of training. They must come out with a skill and be able to contribute to Jamaica. Mr. President, land titling and major infrastructure improvements across the various 19 squatter settlements in St. James has been a feature of this administration since 2007. One only has to look across Lilliput, Barretttown, Grangepen, Flankers, Providence Heights, Norwood, Rose Heights, to name a few, and you will see the improvements made. Paved roads have replaced dirt tracks, land titles made available, utility services introduced, all done to give residents a better quality of life. Mr. President, the Cornwall Regional Hospital, you're sitting up straight, Senator Ali, and we speak in one voice on this issue. The Cornwall Regional Hospital, the work to restore that facility, Mr. President, has lagged longer than one expected. As has been spoken about, the lack of adequate maintenance since the construction of the hospital in the late 60s, early 70s, undoubtedly led us to this point. It is time we complete the task at hand. And if this takes place in the restoration under the portfolio of the Honourable Prime Minister, as some have said, but I don't see it as being necessary. But so if it is so, so be it. If it takes declaring it a national development project for the task to be accomplished, let us do what has to be done. The simple truth is the people of Western Jamaica desire that the premier facility for healthcare in the region must be restored by any means necessary. In the interim, I continue to commend every health worker, administrative staff, security, and others who continue to give up their best in the circumstances, and Jamaica extends to them its gratitude. Mr. President, under the portfolio of local government, I say that the Honourable Minister Desmond Mackenzie has been doing right for the people of Jamaica. Improvements in the infirmary in Hanover, Portland, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and St. James have taken place under his leadership. The structure, Mr. President, of the male ward at the St. James Infirmary is complete and only to be furnished. The minister must be commended for ensuring effective measures were put in place and maintained during the pandemic, preserving the safety of the residents. On a broader scale, the minister has ensured that every councillor was able to provide meaningful assistance to needy constituents with care packages during the pandemic. Funding was also made available to municipal authorities to assist in getting residents of communities to vaccination sites on blitz days. Mr. President, this administration ensured that the outstanding streetlight bill to the Jamaica Public Service was paid in full Local authorities can now call on the Jamaica Public Service with confidence to effect repairs to non-working streetlights and broken poles. Mr. President, additional garbage trucks and fire trucks, 30 in respect to fire trucks, have been ordered, some delivered. Fire trucks are procured and to be delivered, Mr. President. Several fire stations have been repaired across Jamaica, some constructed, new ones have been constructed also. But I make special mention to the fire station in Montego Bay. The old structure at Barney Street had to be demolished in 2008 as it fell into structural disrepair. Ground was broken in 2010 when Minister Montague had responsibility for local government. Mr. President, between 2012 to 2016, nothing was done. In fact, the intended location was taken over by taxis and vendors. Today, there is in place a brand new building of which any firefighter would be proud. And I'm certain, Senator Allen, when you pass that building, you feel good with what you see for our firefighters. In fact, Mr. President, all of St. James is proud of the facility. And we look forward to the furnishing and equipping of the structure. I encourage the Honourable Minister to ensure that EMS services to be provided with ambulances and equipment to adequately serve the parish be put in at that location. Mr. President, as we continue to advocate for greater decentralization of the administration and fiscal responsibilities for local authorities, I want to put two issues on the table for serious debate. The first relates to the funding of local authorities. Mr. President, every member of every local authority across the length and breadth of Jamaica would wish for their authority to undertake major capital projects for the benefit of the citizens of the respective parishes. In order to do so, they cast their eyes to central government for funding. Mr. President, it is high time that local authorities should be allowed to use the provisions of existing legislation to generate funds to undertake well-thought-out and meaningful projects. Projects that can themselves generate substantial revenues to offset liabilities incurred in securing the funds, or which meet the threshold of a necessary social service to warrant the risk. Mr. President, in that regard, I make reference to the Loans, Local Authorities Act and the Local Governance Financing and Financial Management Act. Both legislation facilitates local authorities, with the approval of the appropriate minister, raising funding through loans by issue of stocks or debentures or both. Mr. President, I can envision capital projects that can produce returns sufficient to meet obligations to the funding source. This is impatient of debate, and local authorities should strive to establish creditworthiness and reflect fiscal management to advance worthwhile projects to the minister for funding through those methods. Similarly, Mr. President, the second of which I make reference to is within communities and business districts which want to undertake capital improvements that have major positive impact. I make this proposal, Mr. President, and it is time that we take a critical look at the Local Governance Act and the Local Governance Financing and Financial Management Act to put the provisions contained therein to use for the benefit of the communities and residents. Mr. President, these legislation allow for special improvement districts and business improvement districts to be declared by the local authorities, working in conjunction with stakeholders, being the Citizens Association and business associations. Within the declared area, improvement projects are identified and costs established. The funding being spread across the properties in the area. The collection will be done through methods approved in the legislation. So, legislation exists. We have to put it to use for the benefit of the people that we serve. Mr. President, the approach requires strengthening of community-based organizations, citizens, and business groups. And in that regard, the Social Development Commission and the Cooperative of Friendly and Benevolent Societies should collaborate to establish legal entities within communities where they do not exist where they do not exist, and strengthen those that are should be accountable to the residents and operate with transparency. I am getting there, Mr. President. In 2020, we must move away from the loose organizations operating as citizens' associations, which tend to ebb and flow on personalities. Mr. President, the benefit of strong community organizations with a legal identity is enormous. Without approaching government, they will have the opportunity to seek grant funding available for projects that fit the criteria. Mr. President, as I close, and I've jumped a few paragraphs down the road, Mr. President, recovering stronger and better is not empty rhetoric. It is a path that this administration, under the leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister and his team, believes can and will be achieved. In fact, the signs are showing, and I have enunciated on a lot of them earlier, but brighter days are ahead. The Honourable Prime Minister has a vision. He has the strength and courage to take us along that path. I want to believe that as Jamaicans, recovering stronger and better is a call to unite to achieve the best, Mr. President. With unity, success is attainable. As Marcus Garvey said, Mr. President, up you mighty race, accomplish what you will. Mr. President, may God continue to bless Jamaica, land we love.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. And just before you close, thank you very much, Senator Fraser-Binns. Both contributions ran beyond the time permitted, but both were very informative, and I thank you both. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is not intended to do any further business today. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
Thank you very much. Members would have heard the question. May the Senate...
You know, I was just checking my email just now, following up on my request for the answers to the question, and I asked for them 11:30 today, and we are after 3 today, and up to now, we have not seen. I have not seen the answers to the question. What is happening, Mr. President?
Thank you very much. Senator Morris, I think that Senator Bunting has some information for you. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed. Thank you very much.
that stress we. Do take the vaccine.
And through it all, our healthcare workers have been the real MVPs tackling COVID-19. Caring for you is our priority. As frontliners in the pandemic, they got vaccinated.
I got the vax. I had to protect myself so that I can protect you. No, sir?
Me, stop fret because my vax up.
I made sure my mom and I got the vaccine. Protection is key.
Me, vax up, me stop fret.
Fam, help us protect you, your family and friends.
So should you.
Enough now. Take the vaccine.
Get vaccinated.